Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. Give everyone a moment to get settled. This evening we will start with our invocation, and we would like to welcome Elder Diane Hayes from the House of Integrity Ministries to provide our invocation. Everyone please stand.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. When I entered the grounds, I don't know exactly what's going on, but God dropped in my spirit, the earth is the Lord, and the fullness thereof, the world and that dwell, and all that dwell therein. So with that being said, let us go to the throne of grace together in prayer. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name, Father, in all the earth, who has set the glory above the heaven. O Lord, how great thou art, Father. Hallelujah. Lord God, in the name of Jesus, I ask that your amazing presence, the anointing present, Father, fall quickly and quietly, permeating the atmosphere tonight. Lord Jesus, you, God, you remove every opposing force, Father, of energy that isn't pleasing in your sight, that is in the spirit of man tonight, Father, in the name of Jesus. Reinvigorate, Father, the atmosphere. Take charge, God, so that there may be a conducive and line up in the word of your heavenly Father. Open their minds and touch their hearts, Father, with the unity of oneness among these elected board officials, Lord Jesus. The heart and the mind of Christ, Lord Jesus, are needed to do thine will. Their leadership, Father, and their decisions impact so many in this school system and the surrounding community that they serve. It is all about the children, Father, all about the children, their needs, their welfare, their trust, their growth, their safety, their obvious need for guidance, Lord Jesus. Genuine love and care, Father, in the name of Jesus, in the mighty name of Jesus, Lord. Father, let there be a collaborative effort of unity amongst them, Lord Jesus, where there may be spirits of chaos, discord, contention, Father, and confusion. Remove it in the name of Jesus, who's Lord and Savior of our souls. We bind up the spirit of hopelessness, Lord. We bind up the spirit of hopelessness and release the spirit of faith, Lord Jesus, in the name of Jesus. For as believers of Christ, we are moved by faith, Father God, and not by sight. Now faith. Now faith, Father. Oh, glory, hallelujah. Now, Lord God Almighty, it is in the glorious name of Jesus that you remind us that a double-minded man is unstable in all their ways. So, Lord God, let there be no double-minded among the school board, Father. Let them have a clear vision, Father God. And you, God, be with them every step of the way. You say where there is an invitation of you, God, you shall dwell and be in the midst, Lord. So we are counting that you are in the midst. Let them carry out the oath of duty sworn and assigned to their hands, Lord. It is in Jesus' name, the author and the finisher of our faith, Father God, that I offer this prayer unto you, Father. I'm seated, Father, at your feet, at the throne of grace and mercy, God. It is in Jesus' name that I do pray, and I stand boldly declaring the name of God. In the name of Jesus, we pray for one another and the safety and the mindset of your people. It is in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen.
Amen, God. Amen, God. Amen.
Thank you, Elder
Amen.
Hayes, very much for being here this
Amen,
evening.
God. Hallelujah.
Please remain standing and for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Bowie, could you please call the roll?
Good evening. Stephanie Adams.
Here.
Nelson Bullier. Judy Justice. Here. Stephanie Craybill. Here. Hugh McManus. Stephanie Walker.
Here.
And Peter Wildebohr.
Present.
All right. Next item up on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
When do we,
If you would like, would you like to make an alternate
yeah,
motion,
I have
Ms.
some
Graybill?
alternate agenda suggestions.
Okay.
Do we do that after the motions?
Mr. Wildebohr has made a motion to approve the agenda. Let's see if there is a second first, see if we need to do an alternate.
Second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Craybill. All right, discussion.
Yes.
Ms. Justice.
Yes,
Go ahead first, and then we'll come back.
I would like to add some things to the agenda, but it sounds like Ms. Craybill, oh, there you go. Ms. Craybill and I both would like to do similar things, so I'll allow her to go first.
Okay, I would like to first move item number 11, information, up to wherever it makes more sense, after the approval of the minutes, but before the call to the audience, or after the approval of the agenda, wherever it makes sense, so that our invited guests can give us their information and be on their way, if they'd like.
All right, so
And-
that is a motion?
That was, if I have two, do I just do one motion at a time?
Let's do one at a time,
Okay.
depending on the motion. So the first motion is to move, or I guess, do we need to do this as an alternate motion to the agenda?
So, Mr. Wildebohr can allow the alternate motion to be made, or you can vote on the original motion or make a motion to amend the original motion.
Okay. Mr. Wildebohr?
I would agree with Ms. Craybill.
All right, so the motion added to the motion of the approval of the agenda is to move information to after approval of the minutes and before call to the audience. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion about moving information? All right, all those in favor for that agenda item move, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, continuing on, Ms. Craybill, you said you had a second.
Yes, I would, with all due and the utmost respect, Madam Chair, we have 6.5 hours of scheduled time on this agenda, and that's if we keep to all of the times that we're supposed to. I would like to propose that something comes off, and that perhaps we move it to an interim session, because again, 6.5 hours from now is going to be 12:30 at night. And I don't know that we're prepared to stay that long. Our staff is prepared to stay that long, and our minds are prepared to make good, conscious decisions at that point.
What are you proposing?
Well, I would like to see the second call to the audience, since we are not being voted on any of those items. The committee reports, the Head Start we're already not doing because it came in our board packet. And then.
That actually, I believe that's an action
Being
item.
public.
It is? Okay, I'm sorry, then we have to do that. But is it action that we need to have? And then, is there anything else on here that is not time-sensitive that we can put off for 2 weeks?
Dr. Faust?
I mean, it's all good stuff, but what can we bump?
So minus the consensus items. There's 35 minutes in old business.
Yeah, up until, let's see, I added all these things up, and at about 260 minutes, that gets us through, I think, old business.
I think all of these are necessary.
They're all important and necessary, but, I mean, do we really want to be here 6.5 hours? The easiest things to take off are the second call to the audience, because that's probably 60 minutes, and then the 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes of committee reports, unless there's something, I don't know what's on your committee reports, but unless they're time sensitive for that.
So the motion is to remove the second call to the audience and to remove committee reports off of the agenda. Is there a second? All right, thank you, Mr. McManus. Any other additional discussion?
Well, this is in general. One of the things on the committee reports was the ad hoc committee report. And we could have, I'm not trying to say we should have done this. We could have had this problem cleared up a couple meetings back. And one of the, because I even had copies printed out once more of the 2-meeting schedule. And the thing is that I was waiting for policy, which never touched on it. That's not the only one. There was another item that I was waiting for policy in order for us to complete it. So as far as the ad hoc, I guess at this point it can wait. It's already waited, but they need to put this on policy and discuss it so we can bring it back and decide on having our meetings more organized, because right now this is not working very well.
Okay, noted. Any other discussion?
Yes, I just wanted to say that the policy committee did discuss that ad hoc committee, and it's in our minutes, and we talked about it again at our meeting today. And we moved at that time that we weren't going to take any action, and that was reflected in our minutes. So
I did not see it. I didn't find the minutes. I looked for the minutes.
they're
They
posted.
might be today.
All right,
On
that is a
someone.
conversation for another
time.
The motion that is on the table and the second is to remove the second call to the audience for non-agenda items and to remove committee reports from this evening's meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? No? Let's go
No.
down the line, since we're split. Mr. Wildebohr?
Say aye.
Aye to remove the items.
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Walker?
Nay.
Nay? I am a nay. Ms. Craybill?
Yes.
Was yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Nay.
All right, motion passes,
No.
3-3.
Yep.
3-3.
Ms.
Motion's
Stagner,
defeated.
what happens in that situation?
The motion fails if it does not get a majority.
Okay.
Yeah, 51%.
All right, so the agenda will stay as is. Any other, Ms. Justice, we will go to you and your additional motion for the approval of the agenda.
Okay, I wanted to talk about closed session. I wanted to addition, I would like to have an open session vote on whether the board wants to have one final request sent to Wayne Boiler to turn over the school board property videos that he took speaking during our call to the audience previously. And if after the vote, if that we vote in favor, then we need to go ahead and, follow through with that.
Ms. Stagner, could you address that request, please?
Well, if she has made a I don't know if that's a motion.
It's a motion to have a public vote whether or not to follow
So
through.
are you asking to add that item to the agenda?
Well, we were trying to do it in closed session, but we could never come to a resolution, so I want a public.
Ms. Justice, closed session items should not be discussed in open session without the entire consent of the board if you're going to discuss personnel or attorney-client information.
Well, that's,
If you want, I mean, it is public that there has been a request made of Mr. Buller, that was published. If you want to add an item to the agenda to discuss it in open session, if you have a majority of the board, then
I'm not asking to discuss it in open session. I'm asking to have the vote. We've already discussed it, whether or not we want to go ahead and do that again.
you're asking to add an item to the agenda. I believe that's how it would be considered.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Justice would like to add an item to the agenda to vote on,
Requesting one more time for our property from Wayne Bullard.
all those in favor, or is there a second?
There's a second.
All right, thank you, Ms. Walker. Any other discussion? All those in favor say
Well,
aye.
the discussion, we need a discussion. The discussion is, it's our property, the public has requested it, and we all need to.
The motion is to add it to the agenda. The discussion of the topic
okay, go
would be
ahead. Okay, got it.
under that item if it is passed and added to the agenda.
So we're discussing whether or not we should place it on the agenda. I think that the public wants to know what's going on with that, and that's why I would like to add it to the agenda.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
Nay. Where did we split on that, Mr. Wildebohr?
Nay.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
No.
No.
Aye.
Motion fails 4-2. All right, back to the original motion for the approval of the agenda.
I have one
Ms.
more item.
Oh, yes, Ms. Justice.
Okay. And this is a question before I ask for a motion for Ms. Stagner. Ms. Stagner, do we have any form of printed information as to what's on closed session agendas before we come to these meetings? For us, not for the public.
The items that, not specifically, the topics that will be discussed in closed session are included in the motion to go into closed session. So that would include personnel matters, student information, litigation, attorney-client privilege discussion. Those topics, those broad topics are listed in the motion that give notice to the public before closed session.
Okay, so there's no specific list, but if we request topics on these to discuss in closed session, and there's a second, should we be talking about them in closed session from the board's point of view?
I believe the issue now is approval of the agenda. So, I mean, if you're asking if you're asking me for advice, I don't know that this is the appropriate time. The agenda is under review at this point.
I agree. Ms. Justice, do you have a motion?
My motion is that we discuss the topics that were previously presented to the board chair and second by a member in closed session.
That would be a motion to be made in closed session.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll do it then. That's why I want to clarify.
So back to the original motion of the approval of the agenda. All those in favor?
I have
Oh,
one more.
sorry,
Okay,
Ms. Grado.
since the approval of the agenda was denied to take off the second call to the audience, I would like to make a motion that we limit it to 30 minutes instead of to limit it to 30 minutes, since we really have no policy on the second one, because our policy states that we only have to do an hour. And we only have to do an hour once a month.
Okay, you've heard the motion of limiting the second call to the audience for non-agenda items to 30 minutes. Is there a second? Motion fails. All right. As we originally stated, approval of the agenda, there is a first and a second. Is there any additional discussion? All those in favor of the approval of the agenda with the changes noticed of moving information in between approval of the minutes and call to the audience, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
All right. Motion passes 4-2, or for the approval of the agenda. Okay. To our students that are here in the building, thank you so much for being here today. I love when we get to do positive updates. And today we have some very special recognitions and achievements, which is why we are here at the BOE Center. It is about you students. And so I am going to, I believe, Dr. Smith, are you going to be facilitating the recognitions and achievement? All right, please come to the podium. Yes, ma'am.
And I have my assistant with me.
Your lovely assistant.
So good afternoon, board members and guests. On behalf of the New Hanover County Schools Communications Division, it is my pleasure to present the following district accomplishments to the board and to honor and celebrate these outstanding New Hanover County School students and employees. First, I would like to introduce to you the Hoggard High School varsity school softball team, the 2021 State 4A High School softball champions. Congratulations to the following incredible Lady Vikes team members. As I call your name, please come forward. Amna Adala. Emma Bland. Sydney Shamillo. Casey Clemmer. Olivia Colbert. Isabella Colbert. Gracie Marbury. Isabel Roberts. Allie Royal. Madison Scanlon. Sydney Short. Amber Small. Isis Travitt. And Skylar Walker. And now for some awesome coaches. Head coach is Jordan. I am so sorry, Jordan. That was not on my list. I apologize. Jordan Martin. I typically read really well when the words are there, so I do apologize for that. And now for some awesome coaches. Head coach, Colleen St. Ledger. And assistant coaches, Anna Rafford, Caroline Newman, and Jack Raspberry. right, folks, we are not done yet. I would also like to acknowledge the Hoggard administration team who have been supporting the Lady Vikes along this journey. I believe we have Principal Mary Paul Bill, Assistant Principal and Athletic Director Brad Lewis, as well as Assistant Principals Justin Fischetti, Paul Haas, and Christy Tennis Brown. So congratulations to the entire Hoggard Varsity softball team, our 2021 state champions. All right, we will continue with another outstanding New Hanover County female athlete. It is my pleasure to honor Ashley High School girls varsity basketball player, Sanaya Rivers, as the National Gatorade Girls Basketball Player of the Year. As Sanaya comes forward, I'm pleased to share that Sanaya has completed her New Hanover County Schools journey last week as a member of the Ashley High School class of 2021. Beginning in August, Sanaya will begin a new journey as a student at the University of South Carolina as a member of the women's USC Gamecocks basketball team. Congratulations to Sanaya. Done yet. And we're going to continue with a little more girl power. It is my pleasure to honor another outstanding student. Her name is, am I supposed to read that? Okay. Maraid Benson, a rising senior at Hoggard High School. Maraid received the first place in the 2020 Azalea Festival Youth Essay Contest for the high school division. I'd like to first thank New Hanover County Schools once again for its partnership in promoting not only the Azalea Festival's Youth Art Contest, but also its high school writing contest. New Hanover County Schools has produced many winners and runner-ups over the last 10 years. This year, Maraid Benson, an 11th grader at John T. Hoggard High School, was the first place winner in the essay category of the Azalea Festival High School Writing Contest with her piece titled, The Azaleas of 2021. Maraid is an active and well-rounded student carrying a challenging academic course load, playing on the Hoggard's women's golf team, and participating with the Beta Club and at her church in a number of service projects. Additionally, she was selected to attend the Governor's School of North Carolina this summer for vocal music. After high school, she hopes to attend a U.S. Service Academy. We wish her luck with that and congratulate her on her literary award.
Thank you to all of the students that were here to be recognized this evening. I would ask that you can exit the building out this side door, please. And thank you so much for being here. Enjoy your summer.
Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. Congratulations, y'all. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, y'all.
Thank you. Good luck.
Congratulations. Oh, thank you, thank you. I will, for sure.
All right. So as they exit the building, the next item that we have on the agenda, excuse me, is a closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11, A1, 3, and 6, to consider personnel matters and to maintain the confidentiality of personal records under North Carolina General Statutes 115C-319 and -321, to prevent the disclosure of student records rendered confidential under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act 20 U.S.C. 1232G, to consult with the board's attorney to preserve attorney-client privilege information, including in the case captioned John Doe v. New Hanover County Board of Education et al., New Hanover County Superior Court Case number 19-CVS-2745. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? We are in closed session. Apologize for our tardiness for closed session. There was a lot to discuss this evening. Next item up on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for the May 18th interim board meeting and the May 4th regular board meeting. Do I hear a motion?
To approve the minutes?
Yes, correct.
Yes, I make a motion to approve. Which one are we
This
approving?
is for May
I read them
18th
both.
and
May
May
18th.
4th.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, minutes are approved. Next item, per our earlier change, we will be welcoming UNCW and our representatives from DC Virgo. Let me pull up this information really quick. We moved information up the agenda to, we want our guests to be able to present to us when you are fresh. We appreciate that. So tonight we have with us, actually, I'm going to pass this to you, Dr. Faust. You were listed as our owner for this, to introduce Dean Dempsey and team.
Okay, let me get back to it. Sorry. So, good afternoon. We have before us our friends over at UNCW. And in my time here, Dean Dempsey he's been a true trooper, I will say that, and have enjoyed all the conversations with him. And he allows me to come up with these good old plans that we can actually help work through. And so what a pleasure it is to welcome the team from DC Virgo. And so, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Ms. Adams and members of the board, Dr. Faust, members of your team, and members of the community. My name is Van Dempsey. I have the honor of serving as the Dean of the Watson College of Education at UNCW. We are here tonight in part to do an information update and share progress at DC Virgo. We are also here to say thank you as we try to do, excuse me, every opportunity we get for the partnership and the collaboration with the new Hanover County Schools and our efforts at DC Virgo. I do want to go ahead and quickly, excuse me, introduce members of our team. Ms. Sabrina Hill Black, who is our principal, Dr. Bill Sterrett, who is the Associate Dean for Teacher Education and Outreach in the Watson College at UNCW, Jody Abear, who is the Operations and Coordinator Liaison, and she will explain what that means in just a second, and Kamika Sidbury, who along with being one of our math and science teachers, is also one of our teacher leaders in the governance structure at DC Virgo. So let me explain quickly before I turn it over to our team what the laboratory school is, how it came to be, and how we entered into the partnership with DC Virgo and the new Hanover County Schools. In 2016, the North Carolina General Assembly passed legislation creating across the UNC system what would become 9 laboratory schools that would be based on the UNC campuses under the authority of the chancellor and in collaboration with the colleges of education on each campus. In our case, that is the Watson College of Education. The initial bill did not have parameters that allowed us to partner with New Hanover County. Those conditions were related to the number or percentage of academically low achieving schools in the district. New Hanover County's level was not high enough, and we were not able to partner. In year 2 of the project, the General Assembly revised the legislation such that if the superintendent in a county district that was otherwise not eligible, if the superintendent and the chancellor agreed to form the partnership, then the partnership could be proposed and approved. And so we did that in 2017, 2018, working with the Board of Education and the Board of Trustees at the university. And then we began planning and implementation discussions to do this work in collaboration at DC Virgo, and ultimately in July of 2018, we opened DC Virgo as a university lab school with UNCW. The purpose of the laboratory school, as I said a second ago, is to focus on serving the needs of children who are themselves identified as low achieving, who attend a school that is identified as low achieving. They can relocate to the laboratory school, and in our case, we have about 209 children at DC Virgo at the moment. The schools, along with that focus, also focus on the preparation of new teachers and the preparation of new principals as well as the professional development and the professional learning support of teachers and principals and other educators at the school site. We also focus on establishing and sustaining a research agenda where we can learn from the practices that are going on at DC Virgo, so those can be shared with other schools in the district, shared with other laboratory schools, shared with schools across North Carolina. So what we're going to do over the next few minutes is give you an understanding of what has been going on at DC Virgo, the work that we've done in collaboration with the district, and if we have time, we'll be happy to answer questions.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So imagine driving a ship and planning for what that ship looks like at the same time. That was us that first year. So we closed DC Virgo on June 30th of one year, opened July 1st in that same year, started school as a year-round K-8 public school on July 18th after taking a bus of all of our staff and all of our teachers to a conference in Florida. If you've never seen a charter bus with chart paper and sticky notes down on the windows up and down the highway, that was us. So we were planning. We were planning for a public school that generally falls under General Statute 115. Lab schools have General Statute 116, and it gets a little murky in there, so when you have a chance, go back and look at that, based on that criteria. Public K-8 school, as we were having those initial conversations, we thought about who our students are. We also thought about the fact that there was no public K-8 school within our district. Dr. Smith, you remember these conversations? Where we could really think about prioritizing families. When we thought about where DC Virgo sat, there is a preschool around the corner, there is another middle school up the street if you go on the south side of Market Street, and we have New Hanover. We had families who were dropping children off at 3 different locations. So let's think about a K-8 model. We can think about changing the trajectory of who our students are and also building their academic successes as they leave us going into the high schools. We were following the year-round modified calendar that Eaton and Coddington, I think, and Sunset at the time were running. This past year, because of COVID, due to parent surveys, thinking about who our staff was and everything that was happening, we moved to a traditional calendar. But we are moving back to that year-round calendar as of July 14th with Eaton and Coddington. We are our own LEA. That was very interesting. So as a lab school, you are your own school district. So those of you who work in Title I, I appreciate all that I've learned from you because we are doing that work at DC Virgo and at UNCW with help every now and then when I call for assistance. So everything that you are doing as a school district, we are also doing for our school, our little one school district. We are almost fully staffed, but with the help of our ESSER grants, we are expanding that staff this year to think about the needs of our students and also build in other positions after taking a look at who our students are, the needs that they're bringing to us. We are trying our best to take a look at personalized, inquiry-based, experiential, and reflective education. When you think about the legislation and who our students are, we have to hone into their needs. Getting to know who our students are, creating opportunities for experiences, and for teachers and students and families, communities to be reflective in everything that we're doing. Prior to becoming a lab school, we had a STEM focus. It has not gone away. Our emphasis is there again, and also a really critical focus on literacy, especially early literacy. We're simultaneously focused. You can see that physical health, social, emotional needs. You understand. You know that our children need all the work that we can provide for them, all the love we can give them when it comes to social, emotional, and behavioral health needs. And most of all, with K-8, we have a kinship model. We want our 8th graders to go down to kindergarten and help those students. We want our kindergartners and 2nd graders and 1st graders to be able to look up to those middle school students who were really in shock when we let old people come in the building, they'll tell you. To know that we're family here, and that was what was important. You will often hear us say we're a small school with a big heart. If you've been there, Ms. Crable knows we are. We've always been a small school with a big heart since I've been there, and community is important. Now, as we were building this ship, what you see there is a planning sheet. That's Dean Dempsey's handwriting on a big sticky notepad. The collaboration that was happening at the time was happening with leads from New Hanover County Schools and faculty from UNCW. There were many, many plans. There were many, many ideas. As we were building that ship and got halfway through year 1, we realized these plans were written without the people who were doing the work. So we really had to go back and do some work and think about our why. Why are we here? Simon Sinek, think about your why, right? So we asked our teachers, what are your commitments? And these are the commitments our teachers and our staff developed out of that original proposal. We want to be creative. We want to be innovative. Most of all, we want a safe and welcoming student-centered environment. We know when they come to us, we have to develop their academic needs, but we also have to make sure that we're focusing on anything that will empower them to be future leaders and prepare them as they leave us in 8th grade to participate in a program, in a 9th grade program here in New Hanover County, an early college program here in New Hanover County, or a specialized program within their school. Because ultimately, they are coming back to help graduate. We're going to graduate them from New Hanover County, and it's our job to prepare them when they're with us. Small school with big heart. Again, we're small. Those of you who are from Wilmington, you've seen the building. It's a little, I don't even know how to explain it. It's all over the place. It's all separated. It's very unique, and it's been very unique for our kinders to come into that building and feel like this is their school, and they love their school. So we are fostering resilience as much as we possibly can, creating an opportunity for families to come to school together, and you will hear that. We are proud to be a place where families can come to school together. I'll be back.
Hello. So I'm Jody Hebert, and as Dean Dempsey said, that I will explain what my role is. So first I want to say thank you for this opportunity. I love DC Virgo, and I love all the people who surround DC Virgo and work at DC Virgo and attend. I just love it. So having the opportunity to talk about us is fantastic. So I am Operations Coordinator and Liaison is a really big title to say that I am a helper and I am a link. So I am the link between our school and our partners. And so those partners are university partners, y'all are our partners, and then partners in the community. So we partner with y'all on child nutrition, some instructional services. We get to partake in some of your professional development. Transportation, facilities, our students compete with New Hanover County Schools in athletics and some of the other competitions, so that's really great. So my job has a lot of logistics with contracts and MOUs and all those things, but my favorite part is connecting our students, families, and staff with resources and opportunities through the university, New Hanover County Schools, and our community. And so a perfect example is happening right now over at the Northside Pool. So UNCW's Learn to Swim program, that 2-week program that is very well sought after, is happening at the Northside Pool right behind our school. UNCW, the swim coach, and their athletes are teaching the course. We've partnered with NC Swim because they are running the Earl Jackson Pool there. And so we've pulled in the community. They're doing lifeguards. The NC Swim athletes are actually doing demonstrations for our students. And then y'all are gonna help us with transportation because we have invited all of our swimmers to UNCW for a celebration day where they will get to tour campus, do a little Marine Quest stuff on buoyancy, and then they'll get to visit the natatorium to have a ceremony. So I think that's a perfect example of how we're all coming together to serve needs that our students have, both academic and outside school. Thank you.
So as we were planning and as we were reflecting, especially after year one, and thinking about our why, we had to think about how we could tell our story. Lots of conversations happened around what we now consider our 4 pillars. When we think about who our students are, when we think about their needs, when we think about what happens as a result of requirements from the Board of Governors, school improvement plans, STAR, if you're doing a school improvement plan, and what are the overall goals of just having a school under 115 and 116 general statutes. We have 4 pillars we're focused on: literacy, school community resilience, MTSS and PBIS, and social emotional learning. The pillars are led by staff members. A university faculty member or staff also sits on that pillar, and a community member. They meet at least twice a month, they have an agenda, and they also have focus questions that we as a support team provide them. And the bottom line is, what can we do to enhance what we're doing here at the school around each of these 4 areas? In literacy, we're looking at what standards alignment, we're looking at pre-K to 3rd grade, early literacy, we're looking at financial literacy. It's not just the literacy when you think about just reading and writing. School community resilience is super important to us. That pillar, I think Stephanie Crable is on that pillar. We thought about who else in the community and who else helps us think about our vision and our goals. Prior to UNCW taking over, us becoming a lab school, there was a DC Virgo Advisory Board that was established by the New Hanover County School Board. The members of that original board sit on the school community resilience pillar. The DC Virgo alumni, members of the school community who were some of the first students to walk through the doors when that school were built, sit on that pillar. Members of our PTA sit on that pillar, as well as teachers. They gauge family needs. They send surveys. They think about all the things that we can do to build well-rounded children. As you know, NHCS and PBIS is all about the data. How are we using the data to meet the needs of our students? So with the use of universal screeners, things like NC check-ins and informal assessments that are happening, data is constantly being discussed as we think about that personalized instruction. Social emotional learning, physical, social emotional school safety is where we also think about restorative practices. We are really thinking about restoration rather than punitive, okay? So those 4 pillars are helping us to tell our story. Gordon Parks is one of my favorite photographers, and that's why I include that picture of him. Think about how you tell your story, and you have to create that lens from which you tell it. And that's what we're doing.
Good evening. And one further way we have built our UNCW New Hanover County Schools relationship is through the Green Ribbon Schools initiative, in which we wanted to look at how we define ourselves through the green pillars of health and wellness, of stewardship of resources, of sustainability education and STEM. So we were pleased to partner DC Virgo, UNCW, and then also Wrightsville Beach Elementary. It was a great partnership. We started this right before the pandemic, talking about the 3 pillars and what students are doing, how staff are engaging in this work. And as you probably heard, all 3 schools were recognized for this award, and we helped to build on this with other schools as well, because it's really a way in which we can build in community efforts, volunteers, and again, focusing on aspects, including extracurriculars, including student success in new ways as well. And with us, Ms. Kamika Sidbury is going to share a few specific examples from that partnership.
How are you doing?
How are you?
Imagine any classroom teacher could probably relate, someone coming up to you and asking you to do something that you're not comfortable with. Well, one day Ms. Hebert asked me, hey, you want to grow mushrooms? And so I was like, no. But it led to a wonderful partnership that got our students through COVID. And so working with Mrs. Sohill, who is actually an instructor at Cape Fear Community College, we were able to take students who were those 4-day-a-week students in the beginning, and they were able to teach other students who were AIG or higher level than them the process of mycology. And so they were able to cultivate mushrooms and grow them within our classroom setting and transfer them and to later become decomposing agents to composting. And so that is some of the work that we've invested in as far as providing experiences and opportunities to our students who may not have a chance otherwise. And so if you can look here at some of these pictures, Ms. Gasson is now working for NASA. However, she took time during her transition to work with our students on electro games and in circuits. And so we found out that our girls wanted to become engineers through this process. She also worked with some of our young men. And we have some ESL students who may not have the comprehension to read at certain levels. However, they can process, and they had those kinesthetic skills to show others how to connect circuits. And so when we go through and we think about opportunities and sustainable education, we have to look at providing students with additional opportunities. So far at DC Virgo, we have where our 4th graders are working in composting. Our 5th graders created their own recycling program for the entire school. 6th graders doing gardening and mycology, and 8th graders are working on tomato grafting. And so we're looking for our fourth year where we can expand our sustainability program. Thank you.
All right, so I wish that those screens were much, much bigger so that you could see our students better than how small they are up there. But so these are just a few of the ways that we have collaborated with UNCW and across the community. So some of the pictures in the top corner, we've partnered with Randall Library, and you can see some of our 4th graders at the time had visited their digital makerspace. They'd done some work. Shout out to Melissa Raymer, who is a librarian over there. She has partnered with us, and she comes to the school and works with students, and then this was a culminating piece of their project. She's worked on zines with them. She's written a whole bunch of grants for us that have gotten us books and resources and materials. And we have we're working on our next project is a farm bot, so expanding our gardening program. It's an actual like mechanical gardening thing, and kids will learn how to program it, and it will do all that stuff. So we're currently waiting on that facility proposal coming your way shortly, because it involves a little bit of infrastructure. We're tweaking that just a little bit to make it easier for everybody. But so that's a neat project that we're working on with them. CSTEM, which, what does that stand for? The Center for STEM Education over at UNCW. I knew it had STEM in there. But they have a lab on campus. They actually paid for the farm bot, and then we're partnering with Randall Library to do some of the curriculum around it. And they also pull in professional development, resources, and learning opportunities for our students. And you've heard a lot about our gardening, recycling, and sustainability work. One of the posts up there is about the Our Green Future event. So some students from UNCW in sustainability came and did an educating event for our students and community members on composting, sustainability topics like that. So we're looking to continue to influence out into the community. You'll see our ABL lab in the bottom corner. That was a partnership with CHHS. Thank you, Ms. Crabo, for helping with that. So action-based learning is really important to us over at DC Virgo. And then there's a little slide up there, but you don't see all of the collaboration that we have with Watson. And we are just so fortunate to be able to connect to their expertise and knowledge and resources from all of the folks over there that have connected with us from professional development. And you can see Principal Cafele up there. We were lucky enough to have our own session with him at our school, and we were invited to Watson's session as well. So we have just reaped all sorts of benefits. And so, in conclusion, sometimes we get really busy in the hustle and bustle of doing school, and we feel like we're just doing school like everyone else is. But when we really start digging down into some of the things that we're doing, it's how we are doing school that really stands out. And so we want to connect our students and our families and our staff to the world. So if you have ideas and want to collaborate, please reach out. My information is up there, and you can always find me at the school.
Thank you so much to the entire DC Virgo team. Before you go, let me open it up here to the board. Do you guys have any comments or questions?
Oh, yeah.
Here, Ms. Justice?
Yeah, I love it all. I really do. And I've heard some really good things from parents who kids attend there, so thank you for what you're doing. And it's a great opportunity for our educators within the system, and it's a university, too. So I'm going to come by now that we're going to have regular schools next year.
Come see us.
All right. Mr. McManus, anything?
I'm overwhelmed with the positivity. I appreciate your enthusiasm and your preparedness. And I know Van, I was wanting to agree with that. We couldn't have a better leader, so collectively, we're a very strong group. Appreciate what you do. Thank you for doing it for.
Ms. Crabo?
I just say, my baby's growing up. I don't even see any gray hair on any of you, so this is awesome. Just, keep up the good work, and any of the partnerships that we can do, it's all about kids. It doesn't matter what building you sit in, what neighborhood you live in, it's all about the kids, and you guys exemplify that, and that is something that New Hanover County Schools strives to do as well. So thank you for what you're doing on your end.
I absolutely love the gardening component of it. It's a big, it's close to me. And I love that my fellow Hanover Arian here is leading the whole thing. And I appreciate everything y'all are doing. This is great, and I can't wait to hear more, and we're going to visit, definitely now.
Mr. Wildebohr?
And I would echo what my colleagues have said. I mean, I just have heard great things about your school. I apologize for not stopping by, but I will now. For sure. And I would love to have a tour and see all the great things going on there. So again, thank you. I'll echo what they said. Thank you for all you do, and keep up the great work.
Especially in this last year that was so tumultuous. I just have one question. It's probably for Ms. Hill Black. What do you think Virgo does better than any school out there?
I think we have created a culture of family. We have created that culture of kinship. We know teachers work tirelessly. We know support teams work tirelessly. But when teachers have given of themselves, their hearts, their minds, and our families know that we are taking care of your child, and they always know they can find Ms. Hillblack wherever, that I think that's what we're doing right. We didn't promise anything when we started this partnership. I sat in many of those meetings. I have to thank Dr. Smith, OB, wherever he is, Mr. Anderson, you know, the whole support team that helped with this. There was nothing promised to parents. We started a school, like, hey, we're DC Virgo, we're not really offering you anything, and they trusted us. So I think trust, kinship, and just knowing that, you know, we really ultimately care about your kids. We want to make sure they're successful when they leave us. And that's the story we're telling.
Well, thank you. We thank you all so much for being here. I've been in the halls, and you feel it when you walk in. So appreciate all that you do, and we look forward to future success, and your partnership is just incredibly important to the school system.
Well, we thank you for the partnership. I think some people have me on speed dial.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, our next item on the agenda is our legal services review. I would like to invite our board attorney, Ms. Deborah Stagner, to the microphone. And she is from Tharrington Smith and will present an overview of the legal services provided to the Board of Education and New Hanover County Schools. Welcome, Ms. Stagner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Faust, and those DC Virgo folks are going to be a hard act to follow. So I am going to try to keep this short, but I will be glad to answer any questions at the end. Your board policy 2610 says that the board attorney will report to the board every June regarding legal services provided. There's more to the policy than that, but this is the reason for my being here tonight. You see my face every month at your board meetings, but I want to just start and spend a little bit of time to tell you about how I came to be here and some of the other folks that support me and that I could not do this job of advising and representing the school district without. My law firm is Tharrington Smith. In March of 2020, your interim superintendent, Dr. Burns, called me after the resignation of your former counsel and asked me if I would consider serving as the board's attorney. This board approved a legal services contract agreement in March 17th of 2020, and you didn't just hire me, you hired my firm. And I'd like to take just a minute to introduce some of my colleagues who you don't see all the time. Rod Malone, who has expertise in school construction law, contracting, and purchasing. He handles all of the Board of Education's forfeitures, bond forfeitures, DWI forfeitures. You'll hear more about that in a minute. I think some of you may have spoken to Rod before. He is a huge part of the firm's representation of this Board of Education. Carolyn Murkison is an expert in special education law. She's worked with your folks in the EC department. She has not done a lot because you have some great folks here, so that's good news. Colin Shive is one of my partners. He has been working with Dr. Coker and your HR personnel since December. Honestly, it was becoming to be too much for me. You had a lot of vacancies in your HR department for a while. Dr. Faust has gotten a good team in there, and so I thought it would be helpful for them to have one person. Colin's got a lot of expertise in personnel law. I'm still involved in some of that, but he's been the lead for personnel since December, and it's been working very well. Steve Rawson, you know, he's filled in for me on occasion in board meetings. He's assisted in personnel matters and general matters for the board. Melissa Michaud, she has provided a lot of information on an analysis through the coronavirus crisis. She was doing a lot of advising on things like emergency leave for your staff, and so she was providing information that we shared among all of our clients. And that's one of the, I think, the things that I really benefit from is having a team of attorneys that we've been practicing education law from our firm. Education law is the largest section within my law firm of Tharrington Smith. We've been doing it for 40 years. We have 17 attorneys that just do education law or primarily education law, 8 paralegals and legal assistants. So there's a lot of expertise out there because I can't answer every question. I can't be an expert in every area. So I have this great team to come back on and ask questions about. Jason Weber is one of our associates. The other folks you've met are partners. Jason was with the State Board of Education. He served as counsel for the State Board of Education, assistant counsel for 4 years before he joined our firm. He's provided tremendous resources in analyzing the toolkit, executive orders as they've come down over the last year, and he's also helped out with a lot of timely guidance that we can push out to you in the administration. And he's done a lot with contract reviewing, working on technology issues with Don Brinson. And then Lindsay Vance Smith is another one of our associates among several, and I didn't want to put all 17 attorneys up here, but these are the main ones. Lindsay's been working very hard on some of the public records requests and helping me out with that along with some other folks. So the overview, now that you've met us and know some of the faces that help me out, we have opened 66 separate files, and I picked the period April 1st to March 31st. That's 12 months. I didn't have information through June because when we sort of bill 1 month behind, and we calculate our hours 1 month behind. March wasn't a full month, March of 2020. There's 66 separate files opened. We've provided 1,187 hours of legal services. That includes both attorney time and paralegal time. The total amount billed is $244,691. Most of that is fees. There are $3,100 of expenses. That's primarily travel. I will say that I've been able to do a lot remotely that cuts down on the board's expenses for travel time. I'm meeting remotely with administrators. I'm doing board meetings remotely, and so that's not a huge amount in fees. So with that overview and that big picture, and you previously had in-house counsel, I don't think that this is, I'm not going to try to compare. Mary Hazel Small, your finance officer, can provide you with other numbers. This isn't a fiscal year, but you have had a previous budget for in-house attorney and support staff for that person as well. So I want to talk now about, I'm not going to go through every one of the 66 matters that we've represented the board in, but I've grouped 7 or 8 general categories that I want to talk about, the services that I've provided, and again, my colleagues have provided to the board. General is a category, general is a matter that I bill to, that you will see, your folks see every month when you get your invoices. General is mostly my time. This is for attending board meetings, including agenda meetings. It included some of the Title IX committee meetings. I haven't been going to those regularly since that committee has gotten through its policies, but I'm available to consult as needed with Jarrell Lewis, your Title IX director. So general are where I put in meeting attendance, special meetings, regular meetings, agenda meetings, phone and email consultations with the board members, primarily the board chair and the superintendent. I talk to Ms. Bowie a lot to help her with setting the agenda, setting out the public, the notices, making sure that the open meetings law is complied with. I consult with the superintendent and other administrators. I'm pretty much on call. So if someone has an issue, they send me an email, they make a phone call, we set up a time to talk, and for those matters that are not going to be long-term, ongoing things, if you need a quick answer about a statute, you need to help interpreting a policy, you need a question answered pretty quickly, it's going to be less than an hour or two, I'm going to put it in the general. And those are the kinds of regular advice that I'm giving to the school system on an ongoing basis. I also included in here our legal updates, again, because I mentioned the wealth of experience that my colleagues also have. We will send out legal updates. If there's a new legislation, very often it was with the coronavirus and COVID issues, but if there's a new law that's passed, I try to keep the board updated and send out information on legal updates. And when I say the board, I also mean administrators who are dealing with those particular issues. So of the total 1,100 plus hours that I mentioned were total, general was about 208 hours, about 17%. And I'm going to ask you not to hold me to precise math. I was grouping and rounding some of these. The next very large item are bond forfeitures and DWI forfeitures. Those are two separate matters. They're very large categories. This is responding to lien holder petitions on seized vehicles. And I will say Rod Malone, who you met earlier by picture, he handles these categories for the most part. He's statewide known for his expertise in these areas, and he's got some other folks that work with him, 2 full-time paralegals that do a lot of the communication with the court. By law, by statute, the Board of Education has to respond to these petitions on seized vehicles. Rod has told me that you have a very aggressive program in New Hanover County, and that the statute is followed to a T, and that it generates a lot more work than would normally be expected for a district this size because of the number of DWI vehicle forfeitures in New Hanover County. He also monitors, responds to, and objects to motions to set aside bonds. And so those bond forfeitures are a source of revenue for the district. You often hear fines and forfeitures. Well, when someone has a bond, they don't show up, that bond is forfeited, that money comes to the school district. And if you don't have an attorney who is monitoring that, making those objections, appearing in court, staying on top of the bail bondsman to make sure that the law is followed, that money doesn't come to the school district. I don't have numbers for the year that we have been representing the board in this matter, but I will say for the 2019-2020 year, $233,880 came to the school district through bond forfeitures. That's not including other fines and other property forfeitures, but just for bonds. So the 256 hours that Rod has spent over the last 12 months is paid back, and we should get the next numbers for the 2020-21 year available in July. The administrative office of the court releases those numbers. So that's a big chunk of what we've done, but it's necessary, and it actually does pay back the school system. Personnel matters. Sorry, the type is kind of small on this one. I talked a little bit about what Colin has been doing, what I had been doing in helping the district through some personnel issues when we first came on board, and you didn't have Dr. Coker here in charge of HR, and you had a series of interim folks. There was a personnel review. We provide guidance on general personnel matters like contracts, leave and benefits. Colin assists and advises the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources and your HR investigators when there are investigations that need to be done, advising about the legal requirements for suspensions, termination recommendations. We advise when there are employee grievances, attend personnel hearings. So if an employee has a hearing, they want to grieve or have an appeal right to the Board of Education, we would advise the board in that process as well. That was approximately 135 hours. There is a general personnel matter where, again, those are those short phone calls about personnel issues that aren't going to be an ongoing thing, as well as a number of individual personnel matters that included several hours worth of time. So I've grouped all of those together. 135 hours, about 11% of our total time was spent on personnel. Student matters, parent matters, and EC, special education matters. This would encompass student and parent grievances, subpoenas for student records, requests for student records from parents, consulting on FERPA issues, discipline matters, student enrollment and transfer requests. Those sometimes result in hearings and appeals, as you'll have later this month, I believe. Suspension and expulsion hearings, other hearings before the board, those sorts of matters. Again, there are some general student matters, and then there are some specific ones that have gone on and take a little more time. That's about 112 hours of that total time that we've spent with the district. Contracts and MOUs. We and I and my colleagues review proposed contracts that come from vendors and service providers. So there's sometimes, I will get sent a contract and asked to review it, and it contains a lot of very unfavorable terms for the school system, and I'm looking for those. I'm also looking for terms that are required by state law, by federal law, or by board policy to make sure that the contract includes all of those. We have developed a set of template contracts that I've provided to Mary Hazel, and so those can be used so we're not reinventing the wheel all the time, and it saves the district certainly attorney time when you can go to a template and it has all of the terms that are required by law. And sometimes they have to be tweaked, but that's something that we've provided. And then I negotiate if, I spend a lot of time talking to your partners at UNCW and Cape Fear Community College, negotiating those MOUs and making sure that those are all in place. That's been about 106 hours of the time that we've spent over the 12-month period from April to March. Public records request, and this also includes some assistance with media and public inquiries for information, but this is a very large portion of the time that we have spent with the board. I have advised the Chief Communications Officer and the Communications Department staff regarding compliance with public records laws. A large chunk of this 144 hours has been spent reviewing documents that have been requested by members of the public. The documents of the school system are public records unless there's a specific law that makes them confidential. And so those are primarily student records, personnel records, and attorney-client privileged written communications. When there is a request for emails, your folks will download them all, and then they have to be reviewed to make sure that there isn't student information, personnel information, or confidential privileged attorney-client communication in there. Some of the email requests that have been received by the Communications Department come into the hundreds of thousands of emails, and that takes a tremendous amount of time to review and make sure that sensitive information that is, if you release personnel information that is not public, it's a misdemeanor. So we have to take this very seriously. We don't want to release emails that concern a student's special education status when a teacher is conferring with a student's psychologist or something like that. So those emails have to be reviewed, and I have been working with the Communications Department to try to streamline that process, try to keep our involvement as limited as possible, but at some point it does require us to review them, and that's been about 144 hours of the time over the last 12 months, or the 12-month period I'm looking at. And then just assisting the communications teams with responses to public inquiries. Sometimes you'll get a request for personnel information when there's something in the paper. You can release certain set pieces of information, and we want to make sure that we're complying with the statutes. And then the policy manual review, which this one will go away at some point in the near future. I have been asked to review the proposed new and revised policies from the School Board Association. This board is undertaking a tremendous job, and the policy committee has been working very hard over the last many months to bring your policy manual up to date, make sure it's compliant, make sure it's effective. I've been attending all the policy committee meetings remotely. I help draft new policy language when requested, and including any legal research that might be needed. That's been about 67 hours of the time, or about 5.6% of the total. So those are the main categories. There have been some other things. I've provided some training. There's been some guidance on just some issues like graduations and calendars. When the new calendar law came, I spent a lot of time working with Dr. Smith on that. So this isn't everything, but those are the major groups. And I'm happy to answer any questions. If I don't have the information with me right now, I'll be glad to get back to you on that.
Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Stagner. I will open it up to the board. Are there questions or comments?
Go ahead. Okay, well, now, originally, when you were hired last, I believe it was April, by Dr. Burns, or asked, and then we approved it, that board at that time, it was a month-to-month contract, correct?
I have a copy of it because I thought there might be questions about it. The agreement for provision of legal services is, will be terminated. The agreement will continue in effect unless terminated by either party upon 30 days written notice.
Okay.
I am the attorney for the board. In all honesty, expected this to be an interim. So, you had a new superintendent coming in, had new board members coming in. At any time, the board can choose the route it wants to take for legal services. And that's part of the reason for the policy, so that you can have an understanding of the legal services you are receiving as a board and as a school system. So there is no end date on our legal services agreement. If you all told me you didn't want me to come back tomorrow, I would help make the transition as quickly and helpfully as possible to the new attorney that you chose. So it is one of the most important and sacred relationships that this board has with someone to give you the best advice that you can get and that you deserve. And so if you feel that the board wants to go in a different direction, certainly the contract is not going to be an impediment to that.
Okay, so, and also, it was almost $250,000 then. Is it to Tharrington? What is the name of the firm?
Tharrington Smith is the law firm.
Okay.
And there have been, like I said, I counted up, I think, 19 different attorneys. So I actually got some input from a couple of other attorneys outside of our education section, have provided some support to the district along with our 8 paralegals over
Right.
that period of time.
But it was close to $250,000 fee.
It was $244,000, I believe, for a 12-month period. That's not a fiscal year. That was for the 12 months that I wanted to have a full 12 months, but it's not a fiscal year because I haven't been here a full fiscal year.
Okay, and Tharrington is also the company that's handling our insurance, working for the insurance company that's handling some of our legal services, correct?
So your insurance company, Liberty Mutual, assigned Tharrington Smith, specifically me and Steve Rawson, to represent the Board of Education in 2 pending lawsuits. And, well, there's been another one that we've gotten resolved. That is something that I do. Just give you a little bit of background, I have been practicing law since 2000 with Tharrington Smith. I represent school boards in litigation all over the state of North Carolina and have been doing it for many years. So for school boards that I represent and school boards that I don't represent, I will often be assigned to defend those school boards when there is insurance. Also with the North Carolina School Boards Trust. So I am an attorney. I also, in addition to New Hanover County Schools, I am the general counsel for Edgecombe County Board of Education and Roanoke Rapids City Schools. And I defend and represent school boards all over the state in litigation matters.
Do you have any idea how much Tharrington Smith is being paid by the Liberty Mutual in their contract with them for these court cases?
I do not have that number, how much the defense cost for the litigation has been. I don't have that with me tonight.
So they're getting paid from both the insurance company, Liberty Mutual, and ourselves, this particular, separately?
For the work. So we are being, so the school system is not paying for its defense in those lawsuits.
The insurance
I understand.
That
cost is being paid by other than a deductible. And so I don't have the numbers on that. That was not included in this because that's separate work. That's a different matter, so to speak. And I didn't come with the numbers and hours for that defense.
And we were just informed that because of this relationship, some of our communications are limited with you as far as representation about this lawsuit?
Ms. Justice, I would ask you not to discuss any attorney-client privileged information in open session. That is a privilege that can only be waived by the board as a whole. So any advice that I give you about my representation and legal advice that I give you in closed session can only be disclosed if there is waiver of that privilege by the entire board.
Okay.
All right, is there anyone that has any questions or comments in regards to the legal presentation and services provided over the past year?
I have a question. Do you feel like that is an unusually large amount for a school district to spend?
No.
No, you don't? Think that is
Our
average?
hourly rate for New Hanover County Schools is $235 an hour for partners, $200 an hour for associates. I believe that your budget for legal services prior to our coming on was in that same vicinity or maybe a little higher because, again, we're billing on an hourly basis for the work that is done. There's no, you had an in-house attorney before and you were paying a salary and support staff and benefits, et cetera.
So to clarify, we have received the benefit of 19 attorneys over the past year, where for almost the same rate that we were getting an in-house attorney and a support staff. Is that correct?
You do. With Tharrington Smith, you do have the benefit of 17 attorneys who specialize in education law.
Yeah, but you don't have the figures about what we were paying previously to compare. She just suggested it.
I think it was, I think the budgeted line item was $300,000.
And that was at 80%.
What,
He only worked 80%.
that included legal services from his assistant and things
That
like
was only at 80%. He was an 80% employee at $300,000.
For him alone?
The whole, he benefits and the paralegal and their benefits.
So other, it wasn't just for the
Two
one?
of them.
Okay,
for
so it wasn't
300.
just one. Okay, all right.
At 80%.
I have a
They
question.
weren't 100%.
Is it usual for an attorney, I mean, we had an in-house before, but that didn't work out, but is it usual to have an attorney all the time when it comes to board members? I understand like policy probably, but, I mean, is it, do we have to have attorneys all the time? Like now, I know we're doing it now because we're having a presentation, but like, on a parliamentarian procedure, I know that would be helpful.
So Tharrington Smith, we represent, I think we have 25, 26, around that number, clients who all of, the partners and who are general counsel for school boards. So we represent as general counsel, about a quarter of the school districts in North Carolina, maybe a little less than that. And with almost, and there may be an exception here and there, whose meetings we don't attend, but for large school systems, certainly, my partner, Jonathan Blumberg, is the attorney for the Wake County Board of Education, and he is at all of their meetings. I go to all of the meetings of the Edgecombe County Board of Education, who I represent. We represent Alamance, Burlington, Chatham. Those attorneys are going to those board meetings. It's not an unusual situation at all for the board's attorney to be at the board meeting to give advice as legal issues come up in the board meeting. Also to attend closed sessions and provide legal advice in closed session.
Your agenda meetings, all the policy meetings, not Title IX, but like, I don't know, I've been told that it's just not always, there's not always an attorney all the time. I mean, I understand it with, we need advice,
So there are, certainly some boards have work sessions that attorneys don't attend, things like that.
Do you know approximately how many districts across the state have full-time attorneys representing them? Do you? The percentage?
Do you mean in-house attorneys?
Yes, correct.
I think that I'm aware of Gaston County, Cumberland County, Pitt County. There are a few others. There's a handful. It's not the majority.
So it would be safe to say the majority of districts in the state do not have full-time attorneys on staff?
Most school districts in the state do not employ in-house school attorneys. At least the larger school districts that I'm aware of have general counsel that advises them on a regular basis.
They're not full-time.
Well, full-time is, I'm available when I'm called. I think for any attorney in private practice who's representing a school board, you're available when you're called. You come to those meetings that you're asked to come to.
But most districts don't have attorneys on staff or full-time employed.
Ms. Stagner isn't here to talk about what other districts do. Ms. Stagner is here to talk about the legal services that have been provided to New Hanover County Schools. So is there anyone else on the board that has a question or comment?
I was just asking my questions for
Madam Chair.
context.
Yes, Mr. Bollier, thank you for joining us. You have a question?
No, Madam Chair, not a question, just a comment. I just wanted to thank Ms. Stagner. Attorneys are like anything else. You get what you pay for. No legal bill is overly cheap, but I really do appreciate Ms. Stagner's ethics, her integrity. I think she has served our district well. I thank her for this presentation, and I appreciate her willing to continue to serve if that is the will of this board, and it's certainly mine.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Anyone else have a comment or question?
We weren't voting, right?
No,
There
there's-
wasn't a vote, okay.
No, there's no voting.
I would like to make a motion.
Yes, Ms. Justice?
Okay. In light of this information, I move to discuss, okay, sorry about that. In light of this information, I move to discuss ending the contract with Tharrington at the end of 30 days, or what's more convenient, so that we can, because of the conflict of interest, that's what my concern is, because of the representation of two separate entities by one law firm.
You're making a motion to have a discussion about that right now.
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
I would like to have the discussion. I don't know if that, I would like to hear that motion, like, if you're saying now, the 30 days from now, that we.
Well,
get
just have the discussion and decide whether or not we are interested. Yep.
I'm good with the discussion.
So is that a second?
Discussion.
A discussion this evening?
No.
Just-
Madam
Yes,
Chair,
ma'am.
would you like, if there are no more questions from me, I'll leave the podium.
Oh, and to provide some legal advice, that would be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you very much, Ms. Stagner, for that presentation. And thank you for your service. This has been an incredibly difficult year, and you have been an absolute asset to this board. Thank you. All right, so could you speak to the motion and the second regarding a discussion about legal services?
Could someone reiterate what the motion is, because I've heard
Yeah.
like a lot of kind of jumble.
Ms. Justice, what are you requesting?
Yes, I move that we discuss whether or not we want to continue our services with Tharrington Smith due to conflict of interest.
So you're asking to add in an item to the agenda.
I'm asking to have, well, this is coming out of her law information that she sent over here just now, just presented.
This was an information item. Certainly, if the agenda is going to be amended to add a discussion of terminating the Tharrington Smith contract, if a majority of the board wants to amend the agenda, could do so.
So the motion needs to be to amend the agenda to add an item to discuss the Tharrington Smith legal services contract.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you are a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
This has been something that the public and a lot of the public has been very concerned about, and I have been trying to bring this up to place it on the agenda. I was told this was the time to do it, and then it wasn't on the agenda. So that's why I'm bringing this motion up now. Considering the circumstances, I would have preferred to do it on a less stressful situations. I mean, I have information, but I know right now we've got a long night ahead of us. As I said, though, I do believe we need to have this discussion, and you told me several months ago that this was the time you were going to place it on the agenda, and it was not.
Please stop lying. Stop lying, Ms. Justice. What I said was that you are out of order. I said there would be a legal services update at the June meeting. That is the truth. Stop lying. Now, there is a motion and a second. Is there any discussion?
We're having the discussion now, right?
I
Well,
would
this
just
is
like to weigh
discussion on
in
whether
that
or not we
we,
have the discussion.
as part of our agenda, it says, Board Attorney Deborah Stagner of Tharrington Smith will present an overview of legal services provided by the to the Board of Education in New Hanover County Schools. It doesn't say anything about action to be taken. So if there are people out in the community that were expecting to hear conversation, and they may not be here tonight because it wasn't on the agenda. So I am having a real hard time adding something of this magnitude to our agenda right now, when all we were expected to hear was a legal update, nothing more.
I agree.
Madam Chair.
And, oh, yes, Mr. Bollier.
Yeah, I'm just going to point out that, Ms. Stagner's service to the board has been continuous since she was hired by the board at the recommendation of Dr. Burns. This has not come up until March of this year. And her employment, her representation of every single company, as far as I know, remains unchanged. I think to do this to our attorney is shameful. Frankly, I'm disgusted.
I feel that this isn't just impacting the board, it also impacts the school system as a whole, and I think not giving our superintendent ample time to collect information that could be important for this discussion, I don't think that's fair to do to him and his staff, because they work with Ms. Stagner as well. And so I do not feel that this is you are the first person to say you don't like to be surprised. This is a surprise.
I was surprised.
And I don't think it's fair to do to anyone in this room to have this conversation.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
may I
ma'am.
speak?
Yes, sir.
I agree a little bit with Ms. Justice. We did ask for the discussion. I don't think there's anything wrong with us discussing things, and I think it's okay to do that from time to time as a board to reevaluate, services. And this is nothing personal with Ms. Stagner. I just feel like if it's important to the community, it's important that we have it on the agenda and we ask for it. We haven't had the chance to do that. And I take Ms. Crable's point about the fact that this is information. At the same time, when we've asked for it to be put on the agenda and we haven't gotten that, I think it's to delay it is, I don't think it's right. Because I feel like board members should be able to put something on the agenda and talk about it. And that's all I'm saying I would like to do.
No, I understand that, Ms. Walker, and that's a valid point. But I think the purpose of this tonight was the legal, to understand the services, to then be able to have a discussion. Because without having the information of what has gone on for the past year, it's impossible to just simply have a discussion without being prepared.
Almost 3 months ago, if not 2 months ago, this was the conversation about placing it on the agenda, that we would wait until tonight when she presented. But it's just the information. There is no discussion about actually the services, which was very disappointing. I would be more than willing to wait till next meeting if you assure me that you put this on the agenda and don't come up with another reason to put it on.
You may send the email with the normal process that we do, that you would like it added to the agenda.
I did that several months ago.
No, you requested for conflict of interest discussions. You
That's
did not
what it
request
is now.
one, you did not say, I want to discuss whether or not we are continuing our legal services with Barrington Smith. If you have an agenda item you want to include, you must be clear.
I was clear 2 months, I think it was 3 months ago, and you said to put it off until now, so let's do that. The next one, it will be very clear.
I followed policy, which was, this was the legal services planning for this evening, which is what I do.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
if we request again, will we be able to get it on the agenda next time for the discussion?
Yes, ma'am, if there's a first and a second.
Well, then I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you very much. All right,
Madam
Ms.
Chair.
Stagner. Oh, yes, Mr. McManus.
I just have to make a personal thought as a board member, 5 months now. With everything we've got going on legally, I can't believe we're even beginning to discuss a change of attorneys. Absolutely, I cannot believe it. If we don't have an attorney, we're up the creek.
We can get it out there.
No one here is qualified to offer legal advice, guidance. She knows everything, more than any of us combined. And we need her. We do not need to be talking about replacing an attorney right now. You want to talk about that next year when everything, whatever?
The request
I'm
is
just
from-
sorry. I don't think we need to talk about it.
Let's do that when we have the discussion next time.
But Judy,
All
why
right.
do you have to do this all the time?
Because
love
the
you,
public
but-
asked
Okay,
me.
never mind.
You are out of order. All
I'm
right,
in.
moving along into the agenda. We will close that conversation. Ms. Stagner, thank you very much for that presentation. We appreciate you. Next item on the agenda is call to the audience. As you know, we have a very large participation list this evening, and Before we begin call to the audience, I'm going to say a few words about two of the topics that have received a lot of attention over the past few weeks, and many of you have signed up to speak to them this evening. They're important to address because these conversations force our community to choose a side. The rising anger is palpable, and we saw it this evening. We must clearly state accurate information about the lessons taught in our schools. New Hanover County Schools follows the North Carolina state standards and is not teaching critical race theory. There are no written or unwritten district-approved curriculum or classroom resources used to support the implementation of critical race theory in our social studies classes. Another topic that has caused conversation is Sofix Solutions, which is a change management consulting firm. They support organizations that are committed to navigating change through an equity lens. They are supporting New Hanover County Schools during our journey of embodying the values of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. They have facilitated a series of interviews with NHCS community members. Now that I have discussed critical race theory and Sofix Solutions in our school district, I want to share a few additional thoughts. This week, I witnessed divisive language, inaccurate information, threatening behavior, and inflammatory stories from all forms of media. Let me be clear, none of these will drive the direction or focus of this board. The rhetoric on all sides of numerous issues is not healthy for our students, our staff, or our community as a whole. We must do better, all of us. This board focuses on student achievement and success for now and for the future. We hope you want the same. When we say equity, we mean every child. Your child. Your child. No matter what they look like, where they come from, how they learn, or who they worship. In New Hanover County, every child will have access to the highest quality education, support, and resources, a sound basic education. As you stand here today, I challenge you to ask yourself, what am I fighting for? Is it our kids, or is it political ideology? Are you supporting student growth, or are you fearful of losing something? I appreciate the passion in this community. However, when passion breeds fight or a flight response, we need to look inward and ask ourselves, why? What are we truly afraid of? Thank you all for being here today to share your comments and concerns with the board. Everyone here is a member of this community, and I encourage you to speak with respect and treat each other as neighbors, because that's who we are. Now, that being said, I'm going to talk a little bit about the logistics for call to the audience this evening. The speakers are welcome. As you know, we are over the 10 speakers signed up, which limits the speaking time to 2 minutes instead of 3. Speakers are welcome to offer comments or criticism directed at substantive ideas, actions, or procedures of this board and of the board and individual board members. In the interest of maintaining civility and decorum, however, speakers are encouraged to refrain from personal attacks and insults directed at the board, individual board members, staff, or members of the general public. The laws and policies of North Carolina provide that issues or concerns involving individual personnel matters are confidential and therefore not appropriate for public comment settings. Concerns related to personnel issues may be addressed through applicable NHCS personnel, the grievance policy, or other applicable policies. Speakers, including students, may discuss issues and matters of general concern, but should refrain from discussing confidential student information. Concerns related to confidential student matters may be addressed through applicable NHCS personnel, the grievance policy, or other applicable policies. Board members, I believe that we have agreed for the non-agenda items a time limit of 30 minutes. I do not believe that we addressed anything regarding, we did not take a vote in regards to how long we are allowing for agenda items, because currently the policy says 1 hour. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe we took a vote on that.
I believe the total public comment in the policy is 1 hour.
Is 1 hour. So we did vote to have 30 minutes for non-agenda items. So would anyone like to bring forward a motion in regards to, I believe we've got 46 people signed up for agenda items. Would anyone like to make a motion in regards to that? If not, it will be cut at 1 hour.
I would like to go ahead and make a motion that we expand the time to be able to hear our constituents.
Okay, so extend the time until all
I think until
people
we
that
hear
are
'em.
signed up for agenda items have been heard.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr.
Mhm.
Wildebohr. Ms. Walker, thank you for the second. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-1. Or sorry, I'm sorry, Mr. Bullier, I completely forgot you're on there. Did you, did you want?
Yeah, I apologize for not being able to share my screen. I don't have a very good internet connection, but I will support the motion.
Okay, thank you. So motion passes 6-1. All right, on that note, first person up for call to the audience is Mr. Peter Rawich.
Thank you. Tonight, I'll speak about the strategic plan. 6 years ago, the Board of Education adopted a strategic plan where one of the strategies was to eliminate elementary suspensions. So what happened? Nothing. We still have a suspension policy where young children can be removed from school for being disrespectful or for using inappropriate language. We need a strategic plan that produces a policy that ends suspensions for 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children unless they bring guns or drugs to school or commit a violent assault. And even then, remember, they're children who go to school to learn. Student misbehavior is a teaching opportunity. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District has a policy where the superintendent has to review and approve or disapprove suspensions for all pre-K through 2nd grade students. It also states that at the elementary level, when a student is violent or out of control, a crisis intervention team will be activated, and this team will develop a crisis intervention plan to meet the needs of the student and family. The new strategic plan must meet the needs of our students and families by keeping our children in school, challenging their minds, elevating their voices, inspiring them to dream, nurturing their independence, and respecting them for just the way they are. They're children. Love our children. Thank you.
I would like to ask for tonight to keep things moving. Let's please not do the clapping, please, after each speaker. Thank you. Ms. Liz Kramer.
Hello, thank you for having me. I came here tonight to speak to you about social and emotional learning in our schools. I do not believe it's the job of the teachers to be counselors or social justice warriors for our kids. I don't believe we should be collecting sensitive data on our students. I believe that promoting SEL will take away from the informal education good teachers have always provided. It puts unreasonable demands on teachers and infringes upon a parent's right in the upbringing of their children. When I initially got involved in this effort, I was surprised to learn how many in the school system had never heard of SEL. On a live Facebook feed recently, Judy Justice admitted that she had no idea who James Ford was. James Ford is a member of the North Carolina State Board of Education and the main driver of social and emotional learning. James Ford founded CREED, and he believes that America is systemically racist. I will just read you one tweet from his Twitter feed, and you can decide for yourself. FYI, I know some extremely nice racists, some of the most pleasant people you ever met. They are congenial, personable, even charismatic. This does not change anything about the fact that they are functionally racist. Just felt the need to say that. This is not someone I want leading the charge for our children in our schools. On another note, I would like to address Stephanie Adams on the recent statement you made to teachers, admin, and staff. I don't know why you felt compelled to make such a statement. I believe I can speak on behalf of everyone in this room in saying that we appreciate all of those who work tirelessly on behalf of our students. We especially love our teachers. We also do not support racism or sexism. Lastly, I want to say that we do appreciate all of the board and at no time mean any disrespect. But I do want to remind you that you are elected officials.
Ms. Kramer, your time is
Okay,
up.
we put you in office and we expect you to respect us too. Thank you very much.
Veronica McLaurin Brown. Veronica McLaurin Brown.
Good evening. New Hanover County Schools Board's strategic plan for 2016 to 2020 included a strategy and a goal to eliminate elementary suspensions. Have elementary suspensions been eliminated? No, they have not. Our students, especially our 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old babies, continue to be abused from the excessive use of out-of-school suspensions, while the board tinkered with a few words in its discipline policy, and its strategic plan became dusty from non-use. Our children need and deserve a strategic plan and a discipline policy that explicitly ends suspensions and establishes a new paradigm for our entire school system, a paradigm that normalizes keeping students in school rather than throwing students out of school. To my elected school board members, I say this: for you to know that out-of-school suspensions are harmful to students, for you to know that out-of-school suspensions don't improve behavior, and for you to allow the current discipline policy on suspensions to remain in effect is just plain inhumane and cruel. Please forgive me if my words seem too harsh, but after 3 decades of experiencing and reviewing suspension data for the New Hanover County school system, I think the adjectives are justifiable. Cast a vote for justice and for the humanity of all of our children. End out-of-school suspensions. Do it now, immediately, for our 4, 5, 6, and 7-year-old children. Out-of-school suspensions are like the knee on the necks of our children, suffocating them, killing their hopes and opportunities. Thank you.
Hazel Isles.
Should I touch it to make it move so that I can hear? Should I move this down?
Yeah, honey, you can pull it down.
Good evening. To quote the 14th Amendment, nor shall any student, any state deny to any person the equal protection of the laws. Tonight, you are not creating laws, but you are creating policies which must comply with the law. Transgender students deserve to be treated the same as you and me. They deserve the right to play on any sports team or participate in any student activities as it aligns with their gender. To deny them this right would be discrimination. To target them to prove their gender would be discrimination. It is illegal for our schools to discriminate against any student. Our schools should welcome all students with open arms. It is as simple as that. I am 13 years old, and I understand that everyone should be treated with respect, even when they are different from me. Although some may say transgender students would be taking opportunities away from me, I think that is just an excuse to deny the rights of the LGBTQ+ community. I do not need to be protected from transgender girls because we are both girls. They are not a threat. I will earn any opportunity I get based on my skills and no one else's. I work hard for the things I achieve, and to assume I cannot do this is insulting. I do not need to be protected because I'm not weak and I'm capable of success. My hero, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, once said, "A gender line helps to keep women not on a pedestal but in a cage. Stop trying to cage me and don't cage transgender girls. We are all human regardless of race, sexual orientation, gender, or religion, and we all deserve the same respect." Thank you for your time.
Libby Dunn.
Hey, I'm here to tell my story and why I believe social emotional learning and diversity, equity, and inclusion training is damaging for our kids and our community. SEL teaches self-awareness and social awareness, which are good things. However, like all good things, they can be used for evil. SEL is about teaching our kids values and beliefs and re-educating them when their values do not align with the approved values of our government and school boards. Do we really want the government teaching our kids their values and beliefs? Additionally, this curriculum teaches that if you disagree with someone based on your previously protected religious beliefs, that is the same thing as hating them or being phobic. Additionally, this training spends too much time on feelings versus facts. We already have a generation of kids that think their feelings are more important than the truth. I didn't get to be a nuclear engineer by feeling the right answer on a test. I had to study the actual facts and formulas and use critical thinking, not critical race theory, to solve problems. I fully support diversity and inclusion. I call it unity in diversity. I believe this is God's great plan. I was taught in Sunday school, Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, red, yellow, black, and white. They are precious in His sight. I was taught that there is only one race, the human race. I was taught to judge people based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. I was taught in the Declaration of Independence that all men are created equal. With these values ingrained in me as self-evident truths, I started dating my husband, who has much darker skin color than me, in the 10th grade. On Sunday, we celebrated 20 years together. Most people are extremely accepting and could care less that we have different skin colors, until recently. With the growing focus on skin color by the BLM movement, we have experienced extreme and atrocious racism. I, like most white people, have been called a racist white supremacist. My husband has been called Uncle Tom, Coon, and House N-word. This is completely appalling and has brought much pain to my husband and me. Who is this said by? Racist, ignorant white conservatives? No, local BLM members. Please join us in fighting this new racist philosophy and do not teach it to our kids.
Your time is up. TJ Dunn.
If you're wondering, that was my wife. My name is TJ Dunn, and I'd like to start off by saying thank you to every individual that's come out to listen and voice their opinion. We are not tweeting, sharing memes, or posting statuses, but communicating in person as we were naturally created to do. I would also like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak my opinions freely. I'm fortunate enough to live in a country where great men and women of all races have fought for the right to do so. They fought for that freedom. It was not given. But if we enact social awareness and critical race theory on our children, we'll be teaching them that they can produce any outcome without fighting for it. Michael Jordan is not the best basketball player because he is a male. He was the best basketball player because he was determined to outwork his opponents on the court. He earned that title. Serena Williams is not one of the greatest athletes of all time because she's a black female. She's one of the greatest athletes because she's focused so much on her technique that she can serve a ball that I doubt any man in this room could defend. She earned that right to be labeled one of the greatest athletes of all time. Former President Obama was not elected president because he is a black male. He was elected president because he campaigned his butt off and he perfected his craft of public speaking. He earned the position as 44th president of the United States of America. I look at critical race theory on a practical level. If I had children, would I teach them that they are limited by their color or that they can do anything if they put their hearts and desires to it and willing to work hard for it? The first option creates cages, but the other option sets them free to pursue their education, talents, and dreams. I've experienced racism in my life, and I have some experiences that still affect me to this day if I let them. And if I let them, I'll be placing myself in that same cage. But if I be honest with myself, I've had overwhelmingly number of positive experiences with people of different races that have produced wisdom, laughter, encouragement, opportunity.
Mr. Dunn, your time is up.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Lindy Ford.
Thank you, Board and Dr. Faust. My name is Lindy Ford, and I'm a former educator and teacher and now a small business owner here in Wilmington. More importantly, I'm the mother of 5 children. Social emotional learning is just a Trojan horse of ideologies that are damaging to our children. That also goes for our equity, diversity, and inclusion. They sound so good, don't they? The problem is that parents don't understand the mishmash of psychosocial babble. Here are just a few of the issues. SEL teaches values, attitudes, and feelings that are not the right of any school to teach. These need to be taught by parents. It encourages collectivist groupthink instead of what most parents want for their children, critical thinking skills. SEL encourages psychological profiling by endless assessments of parents, children, and teachers to ask personal questions. That is an invasion of privacy. SEL is even rejected by the left. Yale left-wing activist teacher Dr. Dina Simmons said, SEL is now nothing more than just white supremacy with a hug. You are doing nothing more than wrapping the evil of critical race theory in a nice package called SEL or diversity, equity, or inclusion. We say return to sender. This is damaging to our children. I love children no matter what race or sexual orientation. Judy Justice, all of us know what Marxism is. Do you? I was in the Soviet Union when it fell in the 90s. I was on a humanitarian trip to bring desperately needed food to orphanages. I saw the devastation communism brought to its people. 5 years ago, I was in Vietnam on another humanitarian trip. The Communist Party followed us around like dogs. They actually allowed us to be there because they wanted nothing to do with helping the poor. Socialists don't like to be associated with communists, but they are the totalitarian's gateway drug. The past lead the same. Judy, you've written in an open forum that you don't even know who James Ford is. You might want to do your homework on him.
Ford,
He is a puppeteer and a Marxist.
Sandy Isles.
Tonight, I will ask the board and all in attendance 3 simple questions. To quote Jane Elliott, if you as a white person would like to be treated as black people are in society, please stand or raise your hand. Because most of us do not want to be treated as black people are, we must address equity in our strategic plan. This is why we must stop suspending black boys at disproportionate rates. Second, please raise your hand if you want to be treated as the LGBTQ community are treated. Tonight, you will vote on whether or not middle school trans students must prove their gender identity. If you require proof, then every single child who chooses to participate in sports must also prove their gender. But we won't require this because it is abusive and invasive. Will you decide to target and discriminate against a specific group of students? If so, I wonder how many Title IX and civil rights complaints will be filed against you. My final question is, how many of you want to be treated as our students with disabilities are treated? Again, raise your hand. Who wants to be restrained and secluded against their will? In 2017, we secluded children, mostly disabled, 486 times. 2 years later, we just about doubled that by secluding children over 930 times. Do we blame the children for this increase? Last month, Ms. Farnham presented a much-needed new behavior plan, stating it was evidence-based. However, the U.S. Department of Education states there is no evidence that seclusion and restraint improves student behaviors. If it does not work, why do we do it? All children deserve an education where they are safe, valued, and respected. We cannot let fear justify discrimination. As a Christian, Jesus taught me to love my neighbor. All children are my neighbor. I love them, and I expect our district to treat them humanely. Thank you.
John McIntyre.
Thank you. As the father of a transracial family with 2 beautiful, intelligent, and creative elementary school kids about to launch into their middle school career here in Hanover County, I'm here to declare to you that they are made in the image of God just as I am, just as you are, and they have just as much potential for success and acceptance as any other child in this county. God makes no distinction at all in his love for us, and based on his scripture, which my family holds dear and by which we live, we love God and we love all people. We make no exception. Anything which suggests that we should be selective in how we love and respect each other runs completely counter to the teaching of Scripture, and therefore it's not acceptable to my family. It's my job as a parent to impart values and behavioral standards in my home. It is not and never should be considered the job of the public school system to try to get into the mind of our children in order to manipulate and indoctrinate them into a Marxist way of thinking, which runs completely counter to the religious and social beliefs which our family holds so dear. I've taught in both public and private schools here in Hanover County, and my job as an educator has never been to teach students what to think nor how to think, but to equip them with the skills necessary to think for themselves. Anything short of that is unacceptable to me and my family. Under social emotional learning, which Ms. Justice and others advocate, the ultimate classroom goal will be to teach my children how the government wants them to think. You do not have permission to do that. In the United States of America, thinking for ourselves is a God-given right protected under the First Amendment to the Constitution. This program teaches children to judge other children by the way they think or the color of their skin rather than the content of their character. And that will hurt all of our children. Thank you.
Deborah Abel. Again, I please cease the clapping. Deborah Abel.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Abel. I'm a retired teacher here from New Hanover County and a community member. As we look at updating our policies and strategic plan, please keep these words in mind. These are the words of Julie Tarman, a high school teacher. To undocumented students, you belong here. To Black students, your lives matter here. To Muslim students, you are welcome here. To Hispanic students, you are valued here. To female students, you are respected here. To homeless students, may you find a home here. To LGBTQ+ students, you are perfect the way you are. To students with a disability, you are able. To all students, you have a voice and the power to change this world for the better. These words reflect the heart of every educator I know, and I hope the heart of this school board. In our personal lives, we may not have the same backgrounds, religions, or lifestyles as our students and their families. But as educators and board members, it's our responsibility to accept each student that walks through our door just the way they are. We are to create a place that allows them to grow academically, artistically, and athletically. We are to enable them to use their voice and to develop into the best possible version of themselves. Please support all of our students, not just those that align with your personal beliefs.
Anna Spellman.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name's Anna Spellman. I'm here in support of my trans family and friends and chosen family. And I'd just like to say that trans rights are human rights and that it is really well established that the more affirming a community and friends and family are, the more lives that we save. And so I think any student who wants to take part in extracurricular activities should have the freedom and the ability to do so, and it will literally save lives. That's all. Thank you.
Barbara Anderson.
Hello, school board. I'm a retired educator from New Hanover County, and I would like to speak on several issues. Every morning, students across New Hanover County start the morning with the Pledge of Allegiance, which ends with liberty, with justice for all. But is there liberty and justice for all students in New Hanover County schools? In 2018, the community made an outcry to the school board to stop sexual abuse of students within New Hanover County schools. A school climate survey of students was asked to be conducted in December of 2019 and was ignored. That survey potentially could have exposed the continued abuse of students by 3 more staff members that were arrested just recently. Where is the justice for these children and their families? In 2014, the Star News reported on the increased suspension rates in New Hanover County schools. One of your goals and objectives in your 2016-2020 strategic plan was to eliminate elementary school suspensions. Yet the suspension rates have increased disproportionately among Black and brown children. And you even passed an updated suspension policy this year that allows for suspension of elementary age students. Where is the justice for these children and their families? Now you will be voting on Policy 2620 tonight, which explicitly discriminates against transgender students. As of April 5th, 2021, the NCAE trained facilitators released an open letter condemning any anti-transgender legislation. The LGBT students find that they are fearful, they are not safe in their schools based on a GLSEN survey done. Where is the justice for these students and their families? It is the responsibility of New Hanover County Schools to educate all students, regardless of race, disability, or gender identity. It is the responsibility of educators to educate all students, regardless of where they come. It is the school's place to love them and provide them a safe place to learn. It is not our responsibility or our place to judge them. To do otherwise is discriminatory and it's morally reprehensible. Thank you.
Katie Jennifer.
Hi, my name is Katie Jennifer. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an attorney from Carborough, where I live with my husband Craig and our 2 kids who are both part of the LGBTQ community. I'm a proud mama bear, which means that I fiercely advocate for the basic dignity and human rights for my children. We drove 2.5 hours here tonight to talk to you about the Policy 3620. Madison and I recently spoke at the North Carolina House Judiciary Committee, HB 358, which fortunately was tabled in committee. So I'm urging you all to continue to allow trans students to participate in school sports without unnecessary and discriminatory restrictions. Sports are a part of growing up for all kids, and what a shame it would be to deny children like my daughter Madison all of the social, physical, and mental benefits of athletics. To exclude trans kids from these basic part of childhood, and for what? To address a manufactured problem that's not even an issue in New Hanover County. Changing this policy to put in discriminatory restrictions against trans kids moves New Hanover County backwards, because it may sound like a small thing about participating in sports, but for trans kids it's so much more. It's about being on a team just like any other girl. It's about feeling included and accepted just for who she is. It's about ensuring she has every opportunity to thrive just like her friends. A lot of this conversation is based around unfounded fear. Trans girls are girls, and trans athletes have been playing sports for decades. There's not a single sport that's been overrun by trans athletes. Maddie has been the only trans student in her elementary school and only one of 3 in her middle school. There's a lot of threats to girls and women's sports, like unequal resources and cis coaches who abuse their athletes, but trans girls are not a threat. So please protect their right to play. They deserve respect and dignity. Thank you.
Jennifer Hartnett.
Good evening. Social and emotional learning, or SEL, is damaging to our children. It does the opposite of what it claims. It moves us backwards in race relations, segregating our children, and teaches them to use skin color in order to judge one another. SEL and CRT both are from the same dangerous ideology. This is not my opinion, but that of experts themselves. CRT is considered so damaging to our children that a dozen states, including North Carolina, have introduced bills to ban it. This is a worthy task that has been taken on by both black and white leaders. Mr. Terrace Todd, the former director of the White House Office of African American Education, says CRT SEL harms children and its goals are trying to resegregate our nation. Judy Justice says that we are not teaching CRT. This statement at best is grossly uninformed. CRT is SEL. Does Judy Justice not know that in September of 2020, the State Board of Education for North Carolina passed an equity resolution that states, an equity lens will be new policy and practice and will be achieved through SEL programs, which further goes on to say that all North Carolina schools are systemically racist. Systemic racism, white privilege, defund the police, oppressors and oppressed, these are the terms that stem from CRT, SEL, and CRT are one and the same. This is well documented. This is public information, Judy Justice, and as the only school board member on the curriculum committee, this is appalling that you are so uninformed. My children and grandchildren should not be used as guinea pigs for an unproven political ideology. Judy Justice, intimidation of parents is also unacceptable. Judy Justice calls concerned parents mouthpieces for rich white conservatives. Judy Justice, black leaders, white leaders, and parents are standing together against SEL CRT, and states are making it illegal for good reasons. According to WECT,
Your time is up.
thank you, good evening.
Travis Newton.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. I'm Travis Newton. I'm pastor of Morning Star Fellowship, and I'm here to speak for my congregation and also for my two daughters who are attending New Hanover Public Schools. I didn't have this in my notes, but I just wanted to say, you know, my daughter's best friends in her school is a black gay kid and a Muslim from Egypt. You know, she has a love for people. And we came from a neighborhood in Charlotte where we lived 18 and a half years in a predominantly black neighborhood. My kids grew up not knowing the difference between black and white. All their friends were black. Race wasn't an issue. It was just friendship. And so I'm really concerned because what's going on right now across the country is there's a trend of curriculum, you know, social and emotional learning, as other people have been talking about, that really is a Trojan horse for indoctrinating kids to begin to view race as a identity. It's identity politics, and it's damaging to our kids. Their kids don't need that. And I would like to see us get back to schools actually doing education, math, reading, arithmetic, teaching kids the skills to learn how to think, but not what to think. We don't need to be using the school system to indoctrinate kids in political far-left viewpoints. It's not right. You're not going to be serving the county as a whole. You're serving one group with one ideology. And there's lots of people in this county that have different ideologies than these ideologies. And you're not going to force it down my kids. And so I would just like to, in closing, would just like to remind everyone of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., American hero, and what he said in 1963. He uttered these words: "I have a dream that my 4 children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character."
I have been asked to take a brief break, so we're going to take 5 minutes and we'll be right back. come back to the dais? And Crystal, are we just adding these to this first one? All right, thank you for entertaining that break. The next person up for call to the audience is Dr. John F. Zeno.
Hi, good evening. The reason I'm here this evening is that I hold a part-time faculty position at both Cape Fear Community College and UNCW in Wilmington. And I felt compelled to share some of the observations that I've made the past few years with regard to social emotional learning models. Let me please explain. The courses I teach are first-year seminar classes, and they are designed to help college students make the transition from high school to college. And one of the primary goals of the class is to encourage and engage student thinking, exposing them to new ideas, challenge their worldview, and help them learn how to address difficult topics by exposing them to ideas with which they may not agree. However, what I've noticed is a very strong inclination of many students today to reach conclusions about difficult topics based on what they feel rather than what they actually think. I've been surprised at the lack of ordered and structured thinking patterns of most of my students and their relative inability to follow simple lines of logical thought to reasoned conclusions. I can only conclude that in some way, the over-reliance on social emotional learning in the secondary schools has had something to do with this. Students generally respond to challenges to their worldview in one of two ways. They either fight to try to shut down or cancel people that have points that they don't agree with, or they recoil and run away. I think this is largely responsible for many of the safe spaces that we see on college campuses today. It also results in students labeling any ideas with which they disagree as hate speech and shutting down any and all fruitful discussions. Fortunately, the circumstances that I've described have not yet fully progressed to this stage here in North Carolina, but I am concerned that social emotional learning models, if they continue to be applied across all student education, could result in this. I would strongly encourage the board to carefully review the contents and the student learning outcomes for any programs that utilize social emotional learning. Thank you.
Rick Wilkins.
I'm representing my husband.
Oh, okay.
He broke his heel, so I'm representing him. Board, do you have any idea, Dr. Faust and the board, what these shoots represent? It's a fraction of the approximately 100 known victims of the pedophilic teachers in the New Hanover County system. Your predecessor in this board ignored the reports of teachers and the claims by students that these pedophilic acts were taking place. These denials are no different than what is happening today in our school system. You and the members of this board are denying that CRT, SEL, ESG is taking place in our schools. Given the timeline, the new curriculum may not have been rolled out to the students during the 2021 year, so your denial is probably appropriate. But the educators are being indoctrinated by required videos. If you don't believe me, check with the member of your administration, Kimberly O'Brien. Here's a timeline, Dr. Faust. You joined New Hanover County School System in September 2020. Your purchasing department entered into a contract with Sophic Solutions in February 2021, which was signed by your budget manager. And I might add, this arrangement flew under the radar of requiring RFP. I think that's pretty sneaky. Sophic Solutions website states that they consult in diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging consultation services, which includes, among other things, anti-racism training, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging consultation. That sure sounds like CRT to me, doesn't it, folks? I'm going to have to think about what I can bring in to address you and the board once the students begin their indoctrination process. The problem is the number will be far greater than 100 pairs of shoes. Your administration and this board will be damaging 60%, which represents 60% of white students, 26 of the 26,500 students, or nearly 16,000 students. And Ms. Justice,
Your
please
time is up.
refrain from your snarky comments about.
Ma'am, your time is up. Tony McGee?
Well, good evening. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share my thoughts and ideas. I had an opportunity to campaign for the Board of Education, and primarily, the primary function, in my estimation, of education is to make sure students learn how to critically think. And the reason that, of course, we're talking about the emotional learning model and so forth, and I'm not sure, I've looked at some of that, I'm not sure that that would be appropriate, because there's some things about critical thinking that I think all of us, even those that are my age, at 64 years old, need to develop as far as certain attributes of thinking about processes. The first one is intellectual humility. In other words, there are things that I don't know. There's things that many of us here do not know about. And we have to be open. Instead of shutting down this side or that side, we have to be open that we can hear that so that we can know what's going on. Of course, intellectual autonomy. The idea that I'm not being propped up by any particular group. I'm standing on my own based on my understanding. I think that's an important aspect of education. Intellectual integrity. Not to just swallow something because it's popular for everybody. Well, I stand because that's what I actually believe. Maybe nobody agrees with me. A lot of people don't agree, but this has to be the point of education, to make sure students learn how to stand on a particular position from a place of integrity. Also courage. It's going to require courage. It required courage to come out tonight. It required courage to come out and go through some of the abuse, some of the things that people said, and so forth and so on. And I think critical thinking is the key. This should be something, in my mind, that should be a major concern, something we put forth. Also, intellectual perseverance to stand it. Confidence in reason. How about that? Can we have confidence in reason rather than emotion? Confidence in intellectual empathy. Can we empathize with another person's point of view without calling them names or questioning them and so forth? And also, the last one, fair-mindedness. Can we be fair-minded about what we're talking about? Thank you so much.
Leslie Posey? Leslie Posey.
Good evening. I'm going to be simple and short tonight. One of your primary jobs on the Board of Education is to create policies that protect our students so they have a quality education. That means all our students. Does New Hanover County Schools policy prevent the suspension of kindergartners? No. Does New Hanover County Schools policy prevent the use of seclusion rooms? No. Does New Hanover County Schools policy prevent restraining students, including elementary, with handcuffs? No. Are trans kids given the right to participate in sports according to their gender identity? I guess we're going to find that out tonight. The true measure of a person is not how they treat their peers, but how they treat those who are different. New Hanover County Schools policies do not treat all students equally. Black, Native American, Hispanic, gay, trans, special needs kids, and others who are different are not given the respect, resources, or quality education they need for success. As members of the governing body for New Hanover County Schools, can you look in the mirror tonight and honestly say that your work on that podium gives all students the support and care that they need? I would argue that most of you can't. I hope that will change.
Chad Hill?
Good evening. My name is Chad Hill. I'm here to speak on the relevancy of social emotional learning. It is brought to us by the same people who forced the common curriculum down our throats. And as parents and teachers across the nation are urging school systems to dump this toxic curriculum they are, because it's a theory that doesn't work. Unfortunately, their new solution is SEL. Same book, different title. It's social engineering. It will teach our children to look at the outside of a person and judge them. If little Johnny is white, treat him this way. If Mary is of color, treat her this way. If they're a Baptist, treat them this way. Our children will become a society of robots. And if little Billy wears a God Loves Me shirt to school, he'll be sent home. But if he wears a Karl Marx shirt, he'll be accepted. Children will be taught how to feel and act and react the same. What happens to their own relevancy? What happens to their own individuality? SEL will tear down friendships, which will tear down loyalty, which will tear down dependency, which will tear down unity. Dr. King is turning over in his grave tonight. Our children attended school in Northern Virginia. They had the highest rating high school, number 10 in the nation. This was introduced into their school 10 years ago after they graduated. The school is not even in the top 200 anymore. It's a gospel of envy, equal sharing of poverty. It's the creed of division. Nelson Mandela said, "Our world is not divided by race or color or gender or religion. Our world is divided by wise people and foolish people. And foolish people divide themselves by race and color and gender and religion. We must decide if we are wise or if we are foolish."
Angie Caney.
Bullying and harassment towards our LGBTQ students has increased dramatically in recent weeks since the vicious attacks from extremists, many of whom are here tonight. Some of them imply that activists for trans students can't possibly be advocates for victims of sexual assault as well. You know that's not true. That mentality of ignorance and toxicity is not welcome in our schools. New Hanover County Schools has failed to protect our students under Title IX laws for a really long time. We now have a Title IX director on staff that's advising you to do better, yet some of you still aren't listening and questioning his judgment, even aligning with oppressive radicals. That must end tonight with groundwork for positive change through passing Policy 3620 for transgender middle school students. Supreme Court case of Grimm versus Gloucester Board of Education ruled in favor of Title IX to guarantee all transgender students right to protection in state and federally funded schools. President Biden signed an executive order in March, which guarantees an educational environment free from discrimination on the basis of gender, sexual orientation, and gender identity. Within 100 days of that order, the Secretary of Education and Attorney General will review existing policies for compliance and consider suspending those actions inconsistent with this order. Where will New Hanover County Schools fall in their policies? The National Survey on LGBTQ Youth Mental Health reflects 85% of trans youth seriously consider suicide. We are not willing to lose those students in an effort to protect politics, ignorance, and hate. These students matter, and they deserve inclusion. Being gay is about who you love. Being trans is about who you are. And all of our LGBTQ students are visible and valuable. They're deserving of a policy that protects them and sees them for who they are. I don't usually quote scripture, but Mr. Wildeboer likes that, so here it goes. People look at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart. Practice what you preach and look into the heart to end these pathetic attempts at excluding and oppressing our children. Thank you.
April Farr.
Hi, my name is April Farr, and I'm a new officer in the Hanover County Democratic Party. I ask that you pass the 3620 policy. High school transgender students have to go through an invasive state panel procedure in order to play sports with the gender they identify with. Our middle school students shouldn't have to be forced to go through that nightmare. The panel procedure serves to exclude students from playing sports and renders them invisible. As a woman's rights advocate, I would never be a part of anything that excludes girls. This policy doesn't exclude girls, it simply includes all students respectfully and authentically. I ask that you at a minimum pass Policy 3620, moving our children forward, not backward, into isolation and invisibility. The Board of Education is solely responsible for making decisions on how to spend the education budget, not the Board of Commissioners who are influencing behind the scenes. More school resource officers is the opposite of what we need in New Hanover County schools. There are statistics out of Seattle, Philadelphia, and New York that demonstrate that when social emotional learning and restorative justice practices in conjunction with the school justice partnership are implemented as opposed to SROs, suspensions and seclusion restraints decrease and the school to prison pipeline declines. Increasing SROs is the fear-based approach, which ultimately creates an environment that's not conducive to learning. Kids go from restraint, seclusion, and suspensions to dropping out of school and into jails and prisons. We must stop fueling the school to prison pipeline. I can't imagine anyone who doesn't stand against sexual misconduct in New Hanover County schools. People in the system need to know that abusers will be held accountable. The board must listen, investigate, and keep conflicts of interest out. Conflicts of interest, like having the board attorney work for the firm that represents the insurance company that would have to pay out to student victims, or representing a school official under investigation for withholding information about child sex abuse, for example. For so long, perpetrators have been the ones to feel comfortable and safe from consequences. Our children are the ones who deserve to be safe at school, and that responsibility lands on your desk.
Denise Yanon? I'm saying that correctly? Yanon? Yanon? Okay.
I am a child advocate and retired learning specialist. I am here to keep the focus on our children who totally depend on us, especially to uphold their human rights. Children have the right to be free from hunger and homelessness. Students have the right to a truthful, equitable, and excellent education. Children have the right to be seen, heard, and accepted, included, no matter what their race, gender, sexual orientation, ability, or religion. Students have the right to be physically, socially, and emotionally safe in their schools. It's up to all of us, and the New Hanover County School Board, and our educators, to uphold the basic human rights of our beautifully diverse children. We can't let politically motivated lies take away our children's God-given human rights. Recently, a little first grader at a New Hanover County elementary school lost her beautiful teenage sister to COVID-19. This little first grader, barely older than a toddler, and her siblings will need all the support that social, emotional learning and compassion can give. We have real children experiencing real trauma on a daily basis. How dare anyone expect them to keep calm and carry on? The initiatives recently launched by Dr. Faust, Dr. Smith, Dr. Varnum, the EDI committee, and the school board are an encouraging beginning. Thank you. Thank you. Raising literacy rates, focusing on social emotional learning, and the equity report card all uphold the human rights of our students. On these issues, you have my support. But this is only the beginning. The school board needs to increase transparency and pursue justice for the victims of sexual assault. The thing we cannot do is take one step backward. Board members, please maintain your equity initiative and build upon its foundation. Do not be deterred, do not be intimidated. Upholding equity and equality means protecting the human rights of our children. Please stay strong and do not let our children down. Thank you.
Dorian Cromartie?
Can I take this off?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Hey, my name is Dorian Cromartie. Tonight I'm speaking to you from the position of third vice chair of the New Hanover County Democratic Party. Tonight I would like to speak to you guys on the issue of the children in this county. There are thousands of children in this county who are going to sleep tonight without a place to sleep, without any food in their stomach, who are part of this school system. And that is a big issue here in the county. The party would like to say that we support any positive endeavors you guys have to change that issue, but as we know, due to COVID, the issue seems to be growing. Also, we support diversity and inclusion and equity in our schools. We want you guys to do more. We support what you've done so far. It's very helpful. It's a step in the right direction. We also would like to say that, equity and the correct teachings of American history is very important in our school. We understand that CRT is not being taught in our schools, and that's not an issue for our school system. Thank you for your time. Thank you for everything you've done so far, and please continue doing what you're doing.
Pat Bradford.
Good evening. My name is Pat Bradford, and I have puzzled what I could possibly say to you in 2 minutes that would make a difference in any of your thinking. Researching social emotional learning, equity, diversity, and inclusion, I learned a lot about German philosopher Immanuel Kant. Immanuel Kant came from the 1700s. He espoused a worldview that is very much alive today. As I researched, just last week, a light bulb went off over my head. Oh my gosh, I learned this in college. I have a teaching degree. I learned it in college. And as such, I turned towards socialism. I took a lot of philosophy in college. I turned towards socialism. I turned away from a relationship with my Savior. I rejected capitalism. I viewed the police as pigs, and I apologize for that, as our oppressors. I felt the pain of the oppressed, the black man, the red man, the yellow man. My body was my own. No government was going to tell me what I could do and could not do. I didn't respect the sanctity of marriage. I didn't respect the nuclear family. Sound familiar? Sounds a lot like EDI, SEL, and CRT. No matter what you call it, this curriculum is the same. And you may be sold out to it. You may have approved its adoption. You may have signed the contract already. You may be implementing it. But know this, we the people are not with you. Open your minds here. You're being deceived. And I beg you to reconsider. Reject this intolerant and basically evil curriculum. And I offer in love a gentle warning. Believe in God or not, God in heaven believes in you. And he sees everything you do. And one day you will stand before God and you will be accountable for what you do in this board. Thank you.
Christina E. Mercier? Mercier.
My name is Christina Mercier, and I'm here tonight to talk about teaching students and the strategic plan. I'll start by saying, when we know better, we do better. I've been a teacher for close to 30 years, and in that time I've taught some students who look like me, but more often my students' physical appearance or experiences do not mirror my own. As a result, I've always sought out relatable materials for my students. I'm still angry with myself that I fell for the lie that was pushed when I was a teen in the 1980s that Thomas Jefferson and Sally Heming were really in love and that's why he never gave her her freedom. In reality, he was in a position of power over her and she had no choice, not any different really from teachers who abuse students. At any rate, learning supposed facts like that has driven me to be a better teacher to my own students. As a result, I've taught about school integration, Japanese internment camps during World War II, and the 1898 Wilmington coup, among other topics. Recently here in Wilmington, there's been some uproar in the community about critical race theory. A man had took it upon himself to send an email to many churches indicating that this was Marxist indoctrination, and that amongst other claims that CRT will involve teaching first graders to masturbate. Sometimes people get hung up on labels, not to mention falling victim to questionable sources for information. Maybe that's what happened with this guy and others. I don't like to speak to absolutes, but I know that I've never run across an educator who was interested in indoctrinating youth. I have run across educators who believe, as I do, that when we know better, we do better. And that means understanding that the United States did good stuff and bad stuff. We want kids to learn how to think and analyze sources. And that means knowing what's a good source and what's not so that you don't fall victim to bad information. Thank you.
Rachel Dahl.
My name is Rachel Whaley Dole. I am a mother of youth in the district and a church educator here in Wilmington. I know that you share my concern that we make sure all children feel safe in our schools. At the foundation of all we do as educators is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Students need to have their most basic needs met before their brain can learn anything. Second only to food, water, and shelter is the need to feel safe in their surroundings. Here are quotes from students currently in the New Hanover County school system. Quote, "I've had a staff member make an inappropriate comment about my body and my clothing." Quote, "Boys consistently make jokes about being gay and use the F slur in front of me without punishment, but yet the situation was swept under the rug like nothing happened." Quote, "Sometimes teachers acknowledge what I tell them, but then refuse to use the right name or pronouns and don't even try to correct themselves. It's like they don't even care what my real name is." Quote, "There was a time when I was in one of my favorite classes and there was a sub. I'm a trans student and I asked to go to the bathroom. He proceeded to interrogate me about which bathroom I planned to use in front of the whole class and kept making derogatory statements toward me. This is only one of the many instances of times I've felt unsafe at school. If any student is disrespected in school, all students feel it and know to keep their guard up. A new Gallup poll of the current generation of students showed that nearly 1 in 6 said they were queer or transgender. These are our students. They are our children. And it is our responsibility to keep them safe and provide a space where all can thrive. Thank you.
Stephanie Fortunato.
Good evening. I represent Moms from Liberty in New Hanover County. And tonight I'd like to address women's rights, specifically the safety of biological girls. Girls deserve equal opportunities to experience the thrill of victory. But allowing males to compete in girls' sports disadvantages girls and destroys their athletic opportunity. According to a 2020 poll, 75.42% of North Carolinians agreed that allowing biological males to compete in women's sports is unfair. Women fought long and hard for Title IX, which was designed to stop discrimination and create equal athletic opportunities for women, biological women. Allowing males to compete in girls' sports reverses nearly 50 years of advances for women. The message to girls is, you deserve equal opportunities, except in sports. On May 1st, 2019, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association changed their rules to allow the boys to compete in sports. And now you're trying to do this with middle school. The NCAA modified their athletic policies in 2011 to allow biological males who identify women to compete in women's sports. What do girls lose? Medals, podiums, public recognition, and opportunities to compete. Scholarship opportunities and elite college scouting. Self-esteem and hope. The next generation of valuable role models that inspire tomorrow's champions will be lost. Workforce diversity. 96% of female CEOs played competitive sports. Biological males are generally bigger, faster, and stronger than biological females. For 2 years in a row, the fastest Connecticut high school girls were defeated at state competition. Since 2017, those 2 male athletes have taken 15 of those girls' championship titles away from them.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Gail Herring. Gail Herring.
Thank you for hearing all of our voices tonight. My name is Gail Herring. I'm a native of Wilmington, that's pretty rare, and a product of New Hanover County school system, and now I have 3 grandchildren in the school system. I'm here to state my concerns and my fears about the curriculum for our schools. 3 concerns. 1, critical race theory. 2, social and emotional learning. And 3, equity, diversity, and inclusion. I want you to know I've done my research. from California all the way to the classrooms in this county. And the elements that I've just mentioned are being taught in the classrooms. I've seen it and I've heard it, and it's been reported to be by students, and it's appalling. And what we know by fact is that most of these curriculums are grounded in Marxism, and they indoctrinate children to believe incorrect theories about how America was formed, and it clearly emphasizes that America is systemically racist, and it ignores the thousands of policies that have been implemented in this country since 1965 that have stopped systemic racism. CRT stresses race essentialism, collective guilt, and neo-segregation, which all violate the basic principles of equality and justice. If we allow this radical agenda in our schools, we are prepared to offer free American history classes across this county for K through 12th graders to supplement what is being taught in our classrooms. This is not a threat, it is a promise. We don't want a curriculum developed by some communist journalist from the New York Times to hijack what is being taught to our children, whether it be the 1619 Project or social emotional learning or CRT. We're going to insist that these non-academic curriculums stay out of the classroom, just as Judeo-Christian principles are kept out. Alveda King, Martin Luther King Jr.'s niece, who is working at the national level to fight all this, said, and I quote, "I have lived long enough to witness systemic racism eliminated in this country.
Please step away from
There's
the
only
podium.
one critical race, and that's the
Ma'am?
human race." Do I have an
Leslie Cohen?
Good evening. It's been a long one. I'm kind of amazed at the amount of disinformation and misinformation that I've heard in this room today and outside as we were waiting to come in. As most of you know, I'm part of the Title IX Committee for New Hanover County Schools. The policy that's been put forward to allow transgender middle school children to participate in sports according to the gender that they identify with came initially from Mr. Lewis. I know that you guys know what's right here and what needs to be done. Trans girls are girls. They deserve the same opportunities as cisgender girls. They deserve to compete. They deserve to have teammates, to learn sportsmanship, to have fitness. In middle school, we're not talking about scholarships and money and all of that. We're talking about kids playing, and that's what we want them to do. It's been a rough year already for trans kids across this country. I'm in touch with families who are considering moving states, selling their homes, changing jobs because their children and their families feel unsafe. I know that all of you know the right thing to do on this policy. Please go ahead and do it. Get it done tonight. Show these children that we support them, that we see them, that we believe in them, and that we're there for them. Thank you very much.
Nada Mergani? Nada Mergani? Not present? Thank you. Jamie McManus?
Good evening. My name is Jamie McManus. I go by she, her pronouns. I didn't come here with a full speech written, honestly. I think speeches are disingenuous when it comes to specific things that shouldn't be up for debate. As far as it goes, where the medical science behind kids, trans girls playing on women's teams, I could get into that. I work in the medical field. I'm transgender, so I have a little bit more say and a little bit more right to talk about it than anybody else than that in this room that's not trans. But the concept that trans high school students would have some sort of an unfair advantage and would take that edge away from students is lost in me. I'm 32 years old. I went to a high school in a very conservative city in New York, and there were female football players on the male's football team. that wasn't a trans issue at the time. That was just let kids play sports and let them play on the competitive side that they want to play on. Those girls didn't have any perceived advantage over boys, and they were allowed to play. And honestly, they took our team to a championship that year. So this concept that alienating kids and saying you're less than because you're different sets a precedent that harms them and puts them on a path of self-destruction. I can say that from my own personal, because in all honesty, going through high school, I didn't have anybody here to speak up like I'm trying to do right now, and I'm really terrible at public speaking. But if I did, I probably wouldn't have tried to commit suicide in 11th grade. I probably wouldn't have had such a terrible life mental health-wise. If I was just accepted and treated like a normal person, I probably would have been called faggot every other day in school. And I hate saying that word, but in all honesty, I'm tired of people treating it like it's not a real thing. That happens every day to these kids, and they need it.
Adelina Marie Adler.
Good evening and happy Pride, everybody. There seems to be concern when it comes to policy 3620 that it will somehow be abused, that opportunistic kids are going to lie about their identity in order to get some sort of advantage in sports. See, I'd imagine that we as parents might aim to raise our children with enough integrity so things like that aren't a concern. But in any case, I fail to see how concerns over middle school sportsmanship carry more weight than the welfare of our trans children, who are already facing the incredibly difficult process of gaining acknowledgement, acceptance, and respect from a society that so often casts them as confused, sexually deviant, and even sinful abominations to God. So if helping these kids feel loved means suffering a cheater or two, I'd say it's worth it. But what about those who will use this as a way to maybe sexually harass one another in locker rooms, you ask? As a survivor myself, I can tell you that unfortunately harassment can happen anywhere and everywhere from anyone, and I guarantee that a good 98% of trans kids aren't trying to do that. According to local news, in fact, the teachers here are more likely culprits, so maybe we should focus on that. Panels like the ones used in our high schools have been described as incredibly invasive and traumatic. They require parental permission, which puts trans kids at risk of being outed and exposed to potential abuse in their homes. There's a physical evaluation which is wild because gender is a construct. So I'm wondering what physical science can possibly confirm that, yep, that's a bona fide trans kid. This just seems like humiliation to me. There's also a psychological evaluation of which the implications are, you might not just be trans, just a sad, confused kid. How incredibly invalidating. But let's just say, even if that were the case, what's the harm in letting this child explore that avenue of healing? Who really gets hurt here? A study from the University of Pittsburgh found that transgender adolescents have higher odds of suicide than their cisgender counterparts. From the 2000 surveyed, about 85% reported seriously considering suicide, while over half of them actively attempted it. We need to love and support our trans kids instead of invalidating them at every turn. Young lives are on the line. Can we please do better and offer them an environment where they're respected, believed, and allowed to be in peace? Can we teach our sons and daughters strength, integrity, compassion, and love so we can stop using them as an excuse to suppress the freedom of their peers? Can we teach ourselves? Thank you so much.
Marion Timothy Joyner.
Good evening. As the son of two pastors, it is always hurtful to hear that the God that you serve and the God that you love somehow finds it that you, the creation of his, cannot find yourself. And when you do find yourself, you are undeserving of God's love. Maslow's hierarchy of needs was mentioned earlier. At the top of that pyramid is self-actualization. School is meant to be the period where youth are allowed to explore themselves, express themselves, become themselves, and teach themselves something, as well as learning and teaching others. Using all of these excuses from the Bible, as well as using buzzwords such as critical race theory instead of equity, diversity, and inclusion in order to create hysteria and then mask it with religion is not healthy. That is sending a message to the children that the Judeo-Christian beliefs that we say are not in the schools are in the schools, and they do not love you. Everyone in here claims to be a Christian and a good person. The main point of being a good person is acknowledging difference and acknowledging that difference when you are approached with it. Acknowledging it knowing that one day you too will change and you will have to answer for that change. When it's time for you to answer for that change, I hope that you will say, I did not spend that time telling children not to be who they are and putting more police officers in the schools telling children that we believe you're criminals. As a person that is constantly typecast, as a person that is constantly stereotyped, I understand how easy it is to fall into such behaviors, but I also understand how easy it is to change. The reason being, because I was changed. The reason being, my parents loved me enough to allow me to change. The reason being, because my love outlaws any policies or laws that they can put on my identity. Thank you.
David Kitzman.
Good evening. I'm here to also discuss policy 3620, and I just think it's time to stop punishing and disadvantaging our biological female athletes. At some point, it just has to stop. It's just unfair to even consider allowing biological males to compete against biological females. I'm just concerned as a parent of this city and of this county that we're doing irreparable harm to our young people, both male and female alike. To consider allowing biological male athletes to compete against biological female athletes is just insane. Title IX was established to allow female athletes a fair shot at competition and to have access to sports not available to them before, which included equal funding for girls' sports. Anyone who has any common sense who has ever competed at a higher level than elementary school and who has a basic knowledge of science knows there is a clear difference between biological males and biological females in the way the body functions and performs. In elementary school age children, biological females and biological males can compete more freely with each other without as much possibility of physical harm and on a more level playing field. However, once puberty kicks in, males typically have a clear physical advantage in size, strength, and speed. In middle school age children, biological males' bodies clearly start gaining a physical advantage. Please do not allow the non-science mob to dictate emotional, non-data, non-fact policy that ultimately hurts our female athletes. I ask parents, the school board members, and our state legislators to stand firm and stand up for our biological female athletes. Thank you.
George Blassitz. George Blassitz.
Members of the board, Dr. Faust, my name is George Velasquez, and I'm a retired public school teacher and first vice president of the local NAACP. I wanted to address two related issues today. The first involves how the board and the county are allocating their scarce resources. I find it incredible that we are funding SROs in our elementary schools while the educational, social, and emotional needs of our students go wanting. Not only does this indicate misplaced priorities, but it sends a message to those young people, particularly Black, brown, and trans students, that their education is more about control than it is about learning. The second issue I want to urge is that I want to urge the board to support our teachers and let them teach the truth. Over the last 3 months, a concerted effort has been underway against the supposed use of critical race theory in education. Let's be clear, CRT is a straw man. The real target is allowing teachers to teach about the systemic racism which is our heritage. As a teacher, I had never heard of critical race theory, but I taught about systemic racism in my classes based on my personal experiences in the civil rights movement and the myriad of factual information readily available from authors like W.E.B. Du Bois and Michelle Alexander. We can trust our dedicated teachers who, with the proper training, can reveal these truths to our young people without guilt-tripping white students. In fact, understanding that systematic racism is a central part of our history removes the blame from individuals and places it squarely on the system that has oppressed people of color. It's not about whether your ancestors were slave owners. It's true that we didn't start the fire, but unless we all grab the buckets, we can't put it out.
Chris Sutton? Chris Sutton?
It was kind of ironic that we just had a board member call another board member a liar and then tell us to be respectful of each other. So let me go ahead and start this. She actually, I'm sorry. No, ma'am, there's no rules for decorum for how I stand at this. So the deal is, I want to speak to y'all and tell y'all as to how this actually just occurred, okay? So back in March, I'm sorry,
this board meeting, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You're violating the rules.
You are violating the rules of decorum. Please step outside of that door now.
Thank you. Nancy Stokely?
Evening. We know that dangerous teaching has been and is being integrated into the public school curriculum. You say it's not CRT, but we know that this teaching is sneaking in under other various names. It has to be slipped in deceptively because the majority of thinking moral Americans would bitterly oppose it. We have been warned by many people from countries that were once strong, free, and prosperous that the exact same tactics that destroyed their nations are now being used here in the United States. We think this country will never fail and will always be free. However, once this next generation has been propagandized to believe and accept these dangerous and divisive beliefs, everything will easily crumble. In states where this has been in place, children are being reported as being depressed. Yes, depressed, little children. They carry a heavy burden of guilt and self-condemnation. Others have been brainwashed to believe that there is no way they can succeed in life. They believe there is no use trying because things are stacked against them. They feel defeated, and their God-given desire for a good and happy life is driven out of them and replaced with resentment, fear, hatred, and anger. This topic of racism is being used. It's nothing more than an effective tool being used for other evil purposes. I hear from black people every single day that are extremely opposed to this. It's really not about solving racism. It's fueling it. We need to wake up and see that we are being duped, deceived, and taken in as fools. They are using this philosophy to divide and conquer. So I ask you board members, please tell the North Carolina Board of Education that was not elected, but was rather appointed by Governor Cooper, that the residents of New Hanover County will not stand for this. If you do this, we will stand with you. I am confident that we could gather thousands if you need us to. We will stand with you in this fight for our children and our nation.
You are at your time, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Aiden Pomeroy? Aiden Pomeroy?
Hi, I'm Aiden, and I'm transitioning from male to female, and I'm also a student in New Hanover County. I'd like to start by thanking the board for considering policy 3620 and sticking their necks out for LGBT youth in New Hanover County. It's great to know that at least some people are looking out for the safety and happiness of people like me. I've never been an active participant of school sports. I'm actively transitioning from male to female, and I know that being trans in New Hanover County is very challenging. I have an interest in participating in school sports activities, but I've never felt comfortable or safe participating in male teams, and I'm sure this reigns true for many trans people. I know I personally couldn't even make a competitive team, but I just want to participate in sports with my friends. And yet, there's a stigma that trans individuals are pretending to be the opposite sex to gain an upper hand. Many teens are using use hormone blockers to stop the development that comes with puberty, and a vast majority of teens are unable to get access to hormones until they are at least 16. For anyone on puberty blockers, you can make the argument that they are a severe disadvantage to cisgender students. Hormones, on the other hand, give trans people muscular densities similar to that of their chosen sex. So there's no argument for an advantage in build, even if the child wasn't on hormone blockers before transition. Even if a teen is not on hormone blockers or hormones, it implies a vast discrepancy in the abilities of adolescent males and females, which is simply nonsense in young kids. I find it extremely disturbing that anyone could be more concerned with the scientifically unfounded difference rather than the safety and happiness of young children. I hope that anyone considering discriminating against the trans youth by denying this policy will take a step back to consider the effects that this will have on the trans youth of New Hanover County. To those in support of this policy, I thank you for your support and open-mindedness.
Time is up. Ava Novatori? Yeah. Ava, yes. Novatori? Am I saying that correctly?
Yeah. It's a fake name, so I don't know. Hi, I'm Ava. My pronouns are she or they. I'm transgender, and that means I can do whatever I want. And after I leave here, I look forward to using the women's bathroom, because I'm allowed to do that. I think it's kind of ridiculous, and I accept y'all's apologies for making me have to come out here to defend other kids like me, so administrators that harassed me, don't harass them. I'm really kind of annoyed about hearing this whole biological male thing. I swear to God, if I hear it, I'm probably gonna have a goddamn aneurysm. As a previous person said, once you take hormones, your body starts to change. If you're really worried about the differences between male and female, then you're gonna have to ask the science. As the one guy who was just out there said, you know, we're anti-science. I guess sort of just like the people that were there on January 6th. So if we're anti-science, if they're anti-science, then why don't they believe in COVID? I mean, their position seems to be pretty contradictory, I don't know. The other night, a few months ago or whatever, I was walking downtown and I got called a he/she by a cisgender woman. Then she threatened to assault me. She started cussing me out, calling me slurs. And I'm just curious, if I can beat a woman at sports, then how come this woman said she could beat me up? It doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense to me. I don't understand it, but again, nothing those people seem to say makes any sense. I would really appreciate it if you don't pass anything that's gonna hurt trans kids, because then we're just gonna continue to be a thorn in your side every single summer, and maybe every season too. I'm getting really tired of seeing all of these anti-trans bills pop up all over the country. It's terrifying. I also have tried to commit suicide before, so I'm in that percentage of like half of the people that have.
Robert Glasgow? Robert Glasgow? Andrew Jarboe? Andrew Jarboe? Last call for Andrew Jarboe. Jade Watts?
Good evening. First, I just wanted to say how amazing and brave I think all of the trans people that have spoken tonight are. I am here supporting policy 3620, which is a step in the right direction to advocate for our LGBTQ students. The vilification of trans kids is unacceptable. What they need most is our support and protection. We need to let them know they are loved and supported, and we have their backs. There's already been a record number of anti-trans bills passed in the United States so far this year, which is terrifying. I'm hoping that New Hanover County won't join that statistic. I'm also here as a concerned parent of a future student. I want my daughter to attend a school that provides equity and inclusion for all in regards to race, gender, and gender identity. Thank you.
That concludes our call to the audience regarding agenda items. Anybody need a break, or are we good? Let's keep plugging through. Okay. All right, next up on the agenda are the consensus items. Before we do anything with those, I need to remove item O, which is the facility license agreement with UNC Wilmington for classroom space. There are some updates that need to be made for that item. So, Ms. Dagner, do I need to do a motion for that, or can we simply remove it? It just can be removed. Okay. All right. So, so the consensus items that we are voting on here are listed excluding O. So, are there any other items on the consent agenda that would like to be pulled for discussion prior to the vote for consensus items?
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
as long as I got the right copy here. I know we were talking about this, the contracts with SROs. I just had some questions. If we don't mind pulling those out just for discussion.
The
I know I'm having trouble finding them too. I
Sorry,
think there's G.
it's G, contract with NHC Sheriff's Office for Elementary School Resource Officers, that one?
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna pull G, O, and G. G will be for discussion. Any others that anyone wanted to pull off for any discussion?
Yes, except now I can't find it. I had it right here. Oh, solid waste and recycling contract renewal. I just have a couple questions, and so I guess we need to pull it in order to do that.
All right. Anyone else?
Madam Chair, F.
Contract with interim healthcare?
I just don't know what they do. I couldn't figure it out from the contract.
All right, so we will go ahead and we will move forward to vote on the consensus items A, B, C, D, E, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, Q, R, S, T, U, and V. Is there a motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Since those are too similar, I apologize because I didn't realize there were two on there. The both for the, I'm not trying to say, I would like to put both just because they're both similar.
G and H.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So same list that I just gave, except removing letter H.
Madam Chair, I move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any other discussion for the consensus items? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Consensus items are accepted. Let's go back now and go in order of the ones that board members requested. Let's start with F. Ms. Varnum, could you just speak quickly to the interim health care of Eastern Carolinas?
Yes, this contract is to provide the one-on-one pediatric nursing services for our students with disabilities who are medically fragile and require full-time nursing services in the school setting so that they can respond to certain medical needs for them to be in the classroom.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought, but I just couldn't figure it out from reading, so I apologize.
Okay, can we go ahead with the vote?
Yeah.
All right, would you like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the contract as presented with interim health care of Eastern Carolina.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildeboer. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Item F is accepted. Next item, items G and H. The first one is the contract with the NHC Sheriff's Office for elementary SROs. The H item is the memorandum of understanding with the Sheriff's Office and Wilmington Police Department. Was there a specific question you had, Ms. Walker?
I do. I actually have two or three, if that's okay. I guess you're the woman to talk to. I don't know if we have a policy that talks about interrogation. I didn't see in the contract. I read them both, and maybe I missed it, or maybe there's a policy that I'm missing that addresses, you know, possible interrogation of students before parents are contacted. I don't think I saw that on there, but if I'm wrong, please tell me.
It's in the MOU. Let me go back to that. So
It's quite extensive, I understand, there's a lot here.
So in the, it's called Exhibit A to the contract for SRO services. And actually, we just mentioned it this morning in the policy meeting. On page 4 is where it starts talking about law enforcement actions and safety interventions. And then it goes through outlining investigations and arrests, and then searches, and then interrogations.
Did it cover contacting the parent before that happens, or anything kind of statements are written?
So generally, that's what happens. So only in situations where law enforcement may request that that not be done because of some type of safety issue or some information that the school administrator is not knowledgeable of. But generally, the school principal is the one making that contact.
Okay, is it in a policy, or is it specifically stated in this contract?
It says in cases where the parent or guardian cannot be reached and any questioning of a student is conducted without parental notification, the school principal or designee must be present.
Okay.
So they're seeking to provide that contact first, but then they will be present in loco parentis.
Do we know that that's actually happening? I don't know. I mean, citizens have said that sometimes that doesn't happen. Is there a way to let the board know, or the school system know, if that doesn't get followed?
I would defer to Dr. Faust on that one. I would say that this is the expectation, and when that does not happen, if we find out or learn that that does not happen, that's addressed. But I'll defer to Dr. Faust if that's
This is what we're looking at too. This is simply the agreement. So if that's something that you would like to request, we could definitely put that in for some sort of follow-up regarding SRO interactions, but this today is just for the agreement between the two organizations.
So I didn't know whether if we approve the agreement, we can't go back and add things to it later on, just to kind of make sure that we're covering our bases.
So actually, that is actually one of our policies.
Okay,
we were
that's
just talking about
what I
that
was
one
trying to
today.
figure
It's
out.
5110.
5110.
5100, sorry.
5100, okay.
5100.
And that's in there. And so if they're not doing that, then it's a violation of policy, which then would, there's
Okay.
different type of accountability measure that we.
All right, I appreciate, I just, I just want to make sure that it's, in our agreements. The second question I have is on reporting, and I was sent a couple emails from community members that had emailed you about that, but I also emailed the sheriff's department about it, and they were both getting that they don't keep certain records. And there's nothing really in here. It's kind of vague when it talks about how to keep records, and that if we as a board want to strengthen that or be more specific, that we could in this particular contract. About incidents that are reported that we're having a hard time finding out like where those records lie. Are they at the school? Is it something that the district keeps in a file somewhere that we can access, as our citizens can access, or we as a board can access to find out how that's going? Or, with schools, et cetera.
Okay, so there are reportable offenses, and then there are reportable actions. So is there a specific, because we follow general statute and state board policy in reportables, and those are all reported in an annual report to the Department of Public Instruction. So is there a specific type of reporting that you're
Well, I was
asking?
just wondering, I know I've told we've got a new system now where there's like real-time reporting of the incidents that happen at schools, and I just didn't know, because I think that's part of our job as oversight, is just to make sure that the agreements that we have we're following them, but we're also keeping in mind that, we are kind of the people that speak for the kids in the district, and we want to make sure that we have good oversight. And so I was confused by the emails I was getting that says that, where the records are. If someone wanted to inquire about, like, if, say, a certain school has, not like personal information, but like what that particular school is going through, it just helps us be able to have oversight if there's, perhaps a problem going on that we won't know otherwise.
Right. We are fully compliant with the reportable offenses, and not just the ones that are required for reporting, but then any incidents that lead to behavior interventions.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're asking about reportables or something that's not listed as a reportable offense or reportable incident, then that would be something to discuss.
Would I be allowed to follow up with Ms. Varnum on that, just to understand it more? Like, I just feel like the emails I got was confusing. Because if someone was asking for what records were, particular records, if they knew an incident happened but they didn't have a record of it or no one gave that to them, I just feel like it's lost somewhere. And I just don't want it to be a case of things happen and we don't know what's happening. So I'm thinking about reporting. Yeah, looking at you.
So, right, I think that would be a good conversation.
Yeah.
That way you can be probably a little more specific.
Are you allowed to talk to me about that?
Oh, yes,
Okay,
yes.
just making sure.
All right, so with that being said, items G and H.
So we pass them the way they are, like, is there any way that if we can come back around to this discussion, I know it's an agreement, I feel like if we don't talk about it, we won't ever get to talk about it.
We've
But
policy.
that may be a policy that you.
That's
A policy, so I should bring it to policy, I should find
Right.
it. Okay. and
So
come-
5100,
5100.
we just reviewed.
Oh, you literally just.
We just reviewed it today,
Okay.
and I didn't get anybody who had any feedback on that, so I could have asked that, so
So much
sorry.
going
But anyway, we will get that for first reading in July.
Okay.
So you
So you'll
have
have more
plenty
time
of
to talk
time to look at that and give us the information, and we can talk about it
Okay.
then.
So knowing that, items G and H, would you like to make a motion? Or would someone
Sure.
like to make a motion?
Do you want to make the motion since you?
For what?
To approve, to accept
G and
these?
Yeah, I
G and
will
H.
make a motion to accept the contract with the sheriff's office for the elementary officers and the MOU with the sheriff's office and the Wilmington Police Department for our school resource officers.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed?
That was Nelson.
Oh, just throws me off. Okay. And so last on our list is item P, which was Ms. Justice. I had some questions for, I believe, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Anderson. Hi. I'm just trying to find out what our role in the schools, the individual schools' role in the recycling. We have this contract, and it's for solid waste, and then it's for recycling. And do every individual schools participate in our a recycling program, or is it going unused in some schools?
Well, all schools participate in recycling to some degree or another. Some schools they have programs within their schools and probably do a better job of recycling and energy conservation and so forth than others, but all schools do participate in recycling.
Okay, so there's a regular use of the fee that we're paying
Yes.
for that? Because, at my own personal, I know we have our own personal recycle. If you don't use it, then you pay for it anyway. Okay.
And it does vary from year to year. Sometimes we'll increase the size of the container or the frequency of pickups.
Okay.
Because it will vary from year to year, but there's a pretty good base level of participation from all schools.
Okay. Well, that's just what I wanted to ask. Brought up the question. Thank you.
Thank
All right, knowing that, Ms. Justice, would you like to make a motion?
Sure,
for
motion.
Item P?
Yeah, motion to pass it, or to, yeah.
All right, is there a
To
second?
accept it.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Crable. Any other discussion? Thank you, Mr. Anderson. All right, all those in favor of approving the solid waste and recycling contract renewal, say aye.
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 All those opposed? It is approved. All right, and I just want to note that the final item that we had on there was certified personnel recommended for contract renewal. We did have some of our new administrators here in the room tonight, and I'm sorry that obviously there was a lot going on, so we didn't get really a chance to acknowledge. But we do have some fantastic administrators that will be joining some of our schools, and I don't know if you want to speak to that at all, Dr. Coker, or we can. All right, okay, moving along.
Doesn't she want to say the names?
What's that?
Don't we want to recognize them?
Would you like?
I mean, you don't have to, but.
Would you like to recognize just the names of the administrators that are going to be joining us in new roles?
Thank you for indulging. I just like to celebrate the folks that are doing good things, and we're recognizing those good things.
You're absolutely right, and they were here, and they stayed long. They brought their family. Some of them had their family watching, so they were very excited to be here. But then we allowed them to to leave. So we have a new principal, Rosemary Wheeler at Eaton Elementary School, who was here tonight with her principal, Dr. Brad Lewis, who is the new principal of Holly Shelton Middle School, who was also here tonight. We have Lena Espinoza. She is the new assistant principal at Forest Hills Elementary School. We have Bobby Garcia, who is the new assistant principal at Hoggard High School. Beverly Ladd, the new assistant principal at Parsley Elementary School. Avala Neely, who is the new assistant principal at Roland Grice Middle School. We had Justin Zatt, who is the new assistant principal at Murrayville Elementary School. And that's it for tonight. They were all here tonight and are very excited.
We have
Thank you.
fantastic talent, and it's very exciting to see it's internal, and so to see some of our folks moving up through the ranks.
Absolutely.
There's some really great training going on, so thank you, HR, and thank you, Dr. Faust. Yes, ma'am?
Can we also announce the other person that we are going to be hiring? Or we have,
We have a few other
There's a
people.
lot. We've got
I mean,
people
like our
waiting
chief
online for
communications-
strategic- We've got a lot of people. Let's move on with just.
Okay.
We will.
Thank you.
We'll get those out.
Thank you so
Dr.
much.
Coker.
Thank you.
We have our strategic planning partners waiting on Zoom, and it is 10:25 at night, and so I just wanted to, let's move along here, if that is all right with everyone. Let's see, who do we have?
This
Nancy?
is Nancy Hunter.
Fantastic. Hey, Nancy, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you? Can you enable screen sharing?
Anita is working on that. And thank you both to you and Dr. Palmer for hanging with us. We know it is late and it has been a long night, so thank you for being here to give us an update on the strategic planning process for New Hanover County Schools.
Okay, thank you. And I'm looking to see if I can share this with you, and I think I can. So we are in this process. We're excited to be going through it with you, and just wanted to quickly remind you what the process looks like. There are 5 phases to it. The first is planning and strategic assessment, which is where we are now. And then phase 2 will be developing the vision, building the framework. Phase 3 is the building. Phase 4 is presentation back and re-engagement. And then phase 5 is finalization.
Ms.
So right
Parksmeyer,
now
if
we're in
you could,
phase
if you could
1.
speak up a little bit, it's a little bit quiet. If you could just talk a little bit louder, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so right now we're in phase 1, and what you see in here, the teal colored items we have completed. And those are the interviews with board and leadership staff, and I would like to say on behalf of both of us, thank you so much to those who participated with us and shared your wisdom and experience, valuable input into the planning process. Currently, we are developing a survey instrument, and we have scheduled the other stakeholders that will be moving along down here. The items in the lavender color are slight changes from the previous schedule. I think we had mentioned that this might change based on the availability of people, the school year, and so on. But basically, we still are on track to try to complete our assessment and get the data compiled and analyzed by August. We are looking to survey students and parents at the end of August after the new school year begins, because we're told there will be probably more responsive at that time. So that slight change is there, but we are still working on positioning ourselves to get through most of this assessment and have the data and analysis by August. And it's an exciting process. I think we're going to come up with some very rich data that we'll be able to use to develop a really strong plan that you can implement. Dr. Palmer will remind you of what happens after we finish the phase that we're currently in.
So in phase 2, we will focus on developing the vision and building the framework. And this is where we will engage the board and or the leadership staff in a retreat type setting or space in order that we might be able to share some of the feedback, information, and data from the surveys and from the interviews and the like. We will also determine what the essence of the goals will be, the primary goals will be in the plan. Again, that's what will happen in phase 2. This will be a working together phase of developing the division and building the framework. And Nancy, you can go ahead to 3. And phase 3 will focus on strategy building. This will be collaborative. I think I heard in the invocation a reference to a focus on a collaborative effort tonight or this evening. And so we hope that we will be able to guide that way of working together in this particular phase of strategy building. So we'll collaborate, there will be collaboration with the staff and of course with the board. Also, we will be defining strategic details and making recommendations as a part of this phase. In phase 4, this is where we actually present a draft, a working draft of the plan, and we will work with the board and the staff and or key stakeholders to do so. During this process, we will also decide on the way in which the plan will be presented. Again, this is to be facilitated and coordinated in a collaborative fashion, as well as have and engage in a collective review of the plan. In terms of phase 5, finalizing the plan and positioning for the implementation of the strategic plan. This is where, we actually see the tangible results. The deliverable is the strategic plan. We will present that collectively and seek approval from the board, at which point the plan will be ready for implementation. And so there will be some decisions made on that and how the plan will be monitored. And then we always encourage follow-up visits as it relates to the progress that's being made and how the plan is being implemented.
That's a quick wrap up of where we're going with this and where we are at this point. We're on schedule. We have still a lot of stakeholders to hear from, a lot of interesting data and important data to still gather, and we look forward to coming back to you with updates and to working with you in the fall to actually take all the data that's collected and turn it into a framework of goals that we can build out into a plan. Are there questions or comments at this point in time? We again hope we'll be coming back to you again, but if you have any specific questions at this time, please let us know.
I'll open it up to the board. Anyone at the board? Yes, Ms.
I just have one quick question about the survey of staff that's supposed to take place between June and August. Do we think we're going to be able to get a hold of staff? Some people are 10 months and some people are not. So I just want to make sure that the folks that aren't working in the summer, that we can still reach them.
Right.
We would have to arrange those times.
What we would probably do is leave the survey open through August, and I would expect that if we have not had a good representative sampling or good participation, by that time that we might go out again and reach out again to staff to remind them if they weren't able to access it during the summer to respond. That's sort of the same issue as with students and parents, that we felt like based on what we were learning that we might not have good participation across the summers. They were really going to push that back toward August. to be sure that they're included.
Great, thank you, appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments?
Is this done by mail or by email or?
The surveys? I think they're still determining. I think it'll be multimedia.
Yes, what we'll do is contact people with different media, but the survey itself will be online. It will also be, if people would like it, it can be printed. But what we'll do is send a link and or QR codes so that people can access it with, you know, laptops or telephones, or those that prefer can use paper copies. And we will be working with the communication staff to determine the best methodology for reaching out to the different stakeholders, and we'll be coordinating with them and following advice as far as how to best reach people, what medium works best for which folks.
Were the staffs aware of this prior to ending the school year? That they were going to be taking a survey?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Were the staffs notified before the end of the school year that they would have access to the input, the survey, or is that something that they just will receive now by whatever multiple means?
Go ahead.
I was going to say, you know, tonight was to be an overview and providing feedback in terms of where we are with the timeline. And the plan was also to begin to do a more of a formal rollout or more of a formal kind of kickoff of the strategic plan as we discussed with staff.
Okay. Anything else?
Thank you.
All right. Well, on that note, thank you very much for being here at such a late hour. We look forward to our next steps. And, you know, I know that we all very much enjoyed our time with you with our interviews and to get this process started, and look forward to what's coming next. All right.
Thank you.
Have a good evening.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda is parliamentary training. Ms. Walker brought forward a request for parliamentary training for us to become more adept at Robert's rules and other parliamentary procedures. The opportunity was provided to multiple parliamentarians or different groups that provide parliamentary training. We have heard back from one of them, Ms. Tanis Nelson of Nelson Consulting and Marketing, LLC. And attached with this item is her quote, the MOU that she provides. And so I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Walker first, if she would like to say any comments, since this is her item, and then we can open up the discussion for the board. This item is for action, if that is the direction we'd like to go.
Would it be appropriate for me to just make the motion to accept it and then discuss, or?
Sure, we can do that.
In that case, I would like to make a motion to accept Ms. Nelson's MOU for approval by the board for parliamentary training.
Second by Mr. McManus. Okay, all right, so go ahead. We will open it up for discussion if anyone has any comments, questions, concerns. Yes, Ms. Craybill.
So is this an MOU or a contract? Because you said both.
She listed as an MOU.
But she's given us a fee, and usually
correct.
MOUs don't cost us anything.
And I would think that before we would do anything, we would have to have.
This is really just a proposal. We would have to have her complete a services contract or something through the finance department.
So although it says MOU, it is a proposal.
This
for
is a
services.
proposal, and so this is not a contract or an MOU. This is a proposal. So there's no actual contract here, and that would be something that there are some standard contracts that the board has got access, or that the administration has to do small contracts like this for services.
Okay.
So we can't actually vote on it then, right?
We can, to accept the proposal to move forward with a contract creation, I guess would be the.
Well, I mean, I think this is an amount that is within the, it would not have to get board approval for this amount of an expenditure, I believe. I mean, the board wants to go forward with this training, you can approve that tonight, but I think that this is within the superintendent's contracting authority for services.
Okay. All right.
So I did have one other comment where it says in there that this may not be televised or recorded. So if we are all together, it has to be an open forum. So how do we do that?
That's a good question.
It would have to be done in an open meeting. And so you're not required to televise your meetings, but that is your practice, and that's certainly what you have done in the past, but it would have to be open to the public.
I'm assuming it's because she's doing this like in a proprietary way, like this is her training, and she does, I guess some people are like that when they have specialized training, they don't want other people to see it and steal, you know, because she's licensed and everything like that.
And isn't it training, certain training, you don't have to have the public involved, if I remember right?
Yeah, we've done training.
We've done training without
No,
being
it-
televised.
But I mean,
It has to be an open
But it's
meeting.
an open meeting, yeah.
So
The
people
public
can
may not
come.
show
Yes,
up.
people
can come,
but
so
it
if
cannot
anybody
be
wanted to sneak
recorded.
in and get free training, they could.
Wow, how nice of them.
Yeah.
Within reason.
With it, yeah, 6 people is what we
Right.
can fit in, right?
Right.
And I just wanted to clarify.
Okay. All right, great. Any other discussion?
Well, I think that it's quite evident that it would be a very good training for all of us, considering what we do on a regular basis, and it might make things go more efficiently and smoothly. Understood.
Madam Chair, she's considered the expert in this whole arena, absolutely.
All right, so there is a motion and a second. Shall we go ahead and vote? All those in favor of accepting the Nelson Consulting proposal and to move forward, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Proposal is accepted. Ms. Bowie, if you can reach out to Ms. Nelson, and we will begin that process. Thank you very much. What's that?
I think we're all kind of like,
I know.
yeah.
All
Wanna
right.
carry on?
Next item on the agenda is policies for second reading. And I'm going to pass the microphone to Ms. Craybill, I believe, is going to
Yeah, I'm going to
sub in.
still do it for Nelson. He's going to listen in and coach from afar. All right, so we are talking about policies for second reading. Could you, yeah, so everybody can look and see what they are. So we are talking about policy 4125, 4130, 4150. Actually, I should say the names. School assignment, unsafe school choice transfer, injury and loss prevention, service animals in schools, release of students from school. And that was from one meeting, and then we also have another round of items for first reading. I'm sorry. No, we're only going for first reading.
Says second reading.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry, you guys, I'm a moron. Okay, my first duty, and I messed it up. Yeah, I know. All right, let me find the, so we're doing second readings first?
Yes.
Sorry, okay, so the policies were the same that I was reading, I apologize. And we also have tuition for discretionary admissions, student insurance programs, communicable diseases, child abuse and related threats, North Carolina address confidentiality program, student sex offenders, concussion and head injury, attendance, confidentiality, personal identifying information, rules governing confidentiality of personal identifying information, and surveys of students. So Nelson had sent an email to folks to if there's any that you wanted to pull. I didn't get any. Nelson, did you get any?
No, I didn't get anything.
Okay, so are there any now? Or are we ready to pass these ones for a second reading?
I'll make a motion to accept the policies for second reading.
Can I second it? Oh, okay. Okay.
All right, is there any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, policies have been accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, my first job.
Moving along into new business. This first one is extremely exciting. Mary Hazel Small, would you like to come to the microphone? We had a big win last night. The county commissioners have approved their budget, and our teachers will now be possibly the highest paid in the state, if not, they're pretty close up there, so.
Assuming nobody else changes their
Assuming
schedule.
nobody else
Yes.
changes,
I
but
can't
this, I
promise
mean,
that,
we
but-
can't thank the commissioners enough for their support, and I mean, truly, this is gonna give us the opportunity to recruit and retain the best in the business, and, just appreciate the partnership, the work that the finance team has put into this, Dr. Faust and his team has put into this, the county manager and the county commissioners. It's just been such an incredible collaborative process. So, pass it to you.
Thank you. That was part of what I was going to say, so you said it better. I appreciate that. I did want to point out that both the teacher supplement schedule and the administrator's schedules were presented to you in, I believe, at the April board meeting. So it's the same format that we've been looking at for a couple of months, but now that the commissioners have approved the funding, our budget won't be approved until July, but you can go ahead and approve the schedules, which will help us in hiring. And so I do recommend that you approve those schedules. Also, this is the time of year that we approve all the supplement schedules. There was a minor change to the extra duty supplement schedule, and also some changes to athletic stipend schedules that were recommended to provide greater equity between sports. And so I had listed those in the summary. For the sake of time, I will only discuss that if you have questions. But at this time, I recommend that you approve the supplement schedules as presented.
Can I ask a question? So you said that we're going to approve the final budget in July?
They approved their budget. We will bring our recommendation to you in July. We are still waiting on the state to find out what our benefit rates and what raises they're going to approve for our state paid employees before we finalize our total budget. So,
Okay. So these supplements aren't yet set in stone until all these other processes are in place, correct?
No, these supplements, once the board approves them, will be effective July 1. We have a continuing budget resolution that'll, which is a little bit later on the agenda, probably the next item, but that will allow us to continue at current year spending rates. But the budget's going to come to you by July 15th, so we'll have authority to spend, up through last year's budget. So I don't think that would be a problem. So the intent was that you go ahead and approve, and we hire based on that. Most teachers won't start till August anyway, except at your own schools. So the funding for that is totally local. The things that we're waiting for are based on state funds. So we weren't planning to. There wouldn't be a change in how we use the funds that were allotted to us for supplements.
Okay, so this is a recommendation. I'm going to state right now, I'm very disappointed that the support staff, classified people, have been left out of a lot of this. I've been yelling about the $15 an hour for a long time. And I love the teachers. They deserve every penny they get, but so do the people that support them. And the fact that, we might be the #1 supplement for teachers in the state doesn't alleviate the fact that, our other employees deserve better. And I know you said that hopefully the state will help,
Well,
but we won't know.
We will be bringing recommendations for salary schedules for classified and central office administrators, but until we know how much the state is going to pay, we have several different proposals, and we need to see which one we can afford once we know, because most of those employees are state paid, and with most of their salary coming from state.
But that's our choice. We could be giving them also supplements.
So what happened is, the commissioners told us what we were gonna do with the local money. So we didn't get to say we wanted to do this, this was told. So if you go back, they'll tell you
When did they do that, yesterday?
No, they've always said they were funding the teachers, and so this is
So
what
they're not
that-
funding the local, the compliant.
With their local funds, they stated to us that they were gonna be funding the teachers.
Well, now, I do know that a couple years ago, when I first proposed this, at the time, it was Dr. Markley, and he did say that he could look and find it, with your help, possibly. Would that still be a possibility at this late state, if the state doesn't fund the $15 minimum?
We can't use
sorry,
the
go ahead.
local dollars because the commissioners voted on what they wanted to fund us with.
That's 1/3, well,
with
I mean-
$13 million.
Ms. Justice, I would encourage you, if that's something that you feel very strongly about, and we know that, and you've been advocating, and it's something that I think we all would like to see our classified salaries go up. I would encourage you to have those conversations with our commissioners. So
Oh, I
when
have
they
had
are-
them.
When they're having those discussions for the next year's budget, maybe that becomes a focal point. This year, the commitment was to the teachers.
Well, I believe that at one point, we're supposed to be heading towards $15 next year anyway, but I'm concerned now. But it is what it is, I guess.
I agree with you.
Is there anything, I mean, you say local funding, is it set in stone that we can't move any? Well, then, is there any other way to come up with the 15 in some other pot? I mean, seriously.
We
This is
have,
bad.
in what we're going to bring to you in July, we are being as creative as possible, I can assure you, using estimated increases in state funds, as well as, based on just one of the things we're waiting on to find out is the state going to, they fund us based on projections, and there's a bill under consideration that would allow them to not reduce that to actual if our projections come in low.
Oh, I see what you're saying. If we don't hit, yeah.
Right, so we really need to make sure that they're not going to reduce our budget before we commit salaries that we couldn't fund for the whole year. So once we know a little bit more about the state budget, I hope to be able to bring a proposal to you that will, at least bring us to that second step, with a minimum of $14, which is what we had just talked about. But I can't tell you that for sure until we know how much the state can fund, because most of those employees are state paid.
So for tonight, we need to approve or not approve the supplement
Well,
schedule as
yeah, and
provided.
more than anything else, I'm trying to find out information about how to help. That's what it is at this point. It's been going on for 2 years.
Point. I don't know if the average, that's the wrong word. I don't know if most of the public realizes that as of January the 1st of 21, state employees no longer have health insurance when they retire.
They're all going to what?
No longer have health insurance when they retire.
Paid by
New
us.
hires.
They can get it.
New hires.
Correct.
So someone who
provided.
was hired before January, was it 21? I guess I've lost all track. It was 20 or 21, but I think it was 21. If they were hired after that point, when they retire, they won't have health
That's right, they won't have it. So, and that probably is one of the biggest variables I ever had in hiring teachers, when you can tell them, just add $1,000 to your net when you retire, because that's what insurance is going to cost you before you have serious problems. So anything we can do to help the classified in particular,
Oh, absolutely.
I think it's absolutely important.
And we even have, in that proposal, a comp study. So, we just have to wait for the state, because we can't get ahead of ourselves and produce something and don't
But I
have
think
the
they need
funds
to know
for
we
it.
are.
We've shared that
for
with
sure.
But what we can do tonight is approve a supplement schedule. Is there a motion?
I thought do we ask questions before the motion or after the motion?
Well, why don't let's get a motion to,
Okay.
we know the recommendation. Is there a motion?
I'll motion. to
Thank you, Ms.
accept the
Craybill. Is there a
supplement.
second? Thank you, Ms. Walker. Okay, discussion.
Okay, so I just, these were questions that I had, not with the number at all, but I just wanted to know, some of the things we've listed on here, we're not doing anymore, so are they just on there as placeholders? And I'm talking like the senior project coordinator, which we don't require anymore. And then I noticed that we have a Lyceum department head gets a stipend, but then the marine science leader at Ashley doesn't get a stipend, or the STEM medical person at Laney doesn't get a stipend, and the IB person at Hogger doesn't get a stipend. So will that be incorporated somewhere?
We certainly can do that if that is the board. That was an oversight, I can tell you.
Okay.
We weren't looking to change this schedule except for the one item that was requested of us that is listed on the front about the advanced ed team chair, to make sure that the early colleges who participate in that process have the same stipend the year they go through that process as the traditional high school. But the others, we had not looked at that yet. That was not a priority in this year's budget to go through this whole schedule, but we probably need to.
Okay.
But we will certainly take that consideration. If it is the board's pleasure, we can, make that change right now, so that all of the, we either remove that or they all would get it. It's at your direction. We could we could make that change.
Does that need a motion?
Can I make a motion within a motion
No.
Staggered?
to do that? Or do we have to vote on one and then, or can I withdraw my motion and make a new motion?
You can, I think that you would make a motion for an amendment to approve there's already a motion to approve this, and you would move to amend by adding, to add to the motion those additional positions, if that's the desire.
Okay, that's what I would like to make my motion to be, what Deborah said. The,
An
just,
amendment to add those additional.
those additional stipends for the specialty program leaders at each high school, at each
Signature
traditional high
program.
school.
Is there a second? All right, Ms. Walker, any other discussion on that one? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the amendment passes within. Can we go ahead and take a vote for the overall supplement with the amendment? All right, we have a first and a second. All those in favor to approve the supplement, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Supplement schedules are approved.
Thank you very
And I
much.
believe you are staying here for the year-end budget amendment
Two
resolution.
more for you. The next two items are resolutions that are generally brought to the board in June to both close out the current year and sort of provide the bridge until the budget is approved in July. So first, for the year-end budget resolution, I will just read it to you. The Board of Education authorizes the Chief Financial Officer to approve budget amendments as of June 30th, 2021, needed to balance budget to actual expenditures for state position allotments and non-allotted programs for which the state covers actual cost, and to transfer state and local funds as needed to maximize state funding. I request your approval.
All right, you've heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. A second? Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Year-end budget amendment resolution is passed.
Thank you. The second is, or the next item is the interim budget resolution, which, allows us to continue operations after July 1st until the budget is approved. The budget could be approved at any point. It doesn't have to happen in July. Generally, we approve it at the July meet, or you approve it at the July meeting. But some years, and I think last year was one of those years, we waited because we were expecting the state budget, and it kept getting delayed, and I think it wasn't approved until October. But normally, it happens in July. So either way, this resolution would cover, and it reads, be it resolved by the New Hanover County Board of Education that the superintendent is empowered to allocate, encumber, and spend from all funds expenses necessary for the operation of the school system. Expenditures shall not exceed the prior year budget, and the resolution would take effect July 1, 2021, and continue until formal budget adoption.
Okay. You've heard the recommendation to adopt the interim budget resolution. Is there a motion?
Motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second? Ms. Walker, thank you. And any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Resolution is adopted 7-0. And I believe you are on again for the insurance policy renewal.
Thank you. I'm requesting your approval for our renewal of our insurance premiums totaling $1,207,729 to be effective July 1, 2021 through July 1, 2022. There was a list provided for you of each type of policy and the price for each. And at this time, I request your approval.
All right, you've heard the recommendation for the approval of the insurance policy renewal. Is there a motion?
Moved.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any discussion?
Yeah, I had just a question about the total amount so we're only insured, our premiums are only 1 million? Only 1 million? 200,000.
No premium?
So what does that equate to in coverage? Is that what those numbers are, the 566,000 or?
It does vary by type. There's several different types of liability, and each one has dollar amounts of coverage and deductibles. I certainly can provide that to you. I have the list here if you want me to read it, but I didn't
I guess my question was, is this enough? I mean, I know it's hard it might be difficult. I'm
The-
not sure what our status is on getting insurance. So is this enough coverage?
This is the insurance that we were able to negotiate, the coverage we were able to negotiate.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments? All right, there is a motion and a second. All those in favor of approving the insurance policy renewal, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Recommendation passes. Next option, or next item, resolution authorizing increase in micro purchase threshold.
Thank you. This is a new one, but I think if it is something that the board wishes to do, it will be added to the every June. You get to approve this. So with our federal funding, the federal guidelines are called uniform guidance, and they set the amount by which we have to bid purchases, and it's currently and those are called micro purchases, the way you purchase without bids, at $10,000. And they have, in this past year, they have updated uniform guidance to allow a local government to increase it to $50,000 or whatever state law allows. And so the attached resolution, which I wasn't planning to read to you, but hopefully you reviewed it, is the recommended language from the UNC School of Government that meets state law and gives us the flexibility provided by the federal government. So based on the type of purchases, for some it would be $30,000 in compliance with state law, and for purchase of services it would be $50,000. So at this point I am recommending your approval of this. This is called a self-certification process that allows us, to make the choice to purchase in this way. The other way that we also have purchases where you can get a waiver, and we have a process we have to go through the Department of Public Instruction to get a waiver if there's something that we are trying to buy, like curriculum, where there's only one provider. So that's separate from this, but this would allow us, if we were trying to do a workshop that costs $12,000, we wouldn't have to get a waiver, if we had this in place. So that was probably a really bad example. It's the only one I could think of right then. But if this is approved, when we get to the purchasing policies with the policy renewal, we'll also include this language in the policy, but it would still, the regulations would still require that the board make this decision every year.
So even though it's not currently in policy, we can go ahead and still recommend to start this?
Yes, so it's not currently in policy, but once you approve this with the intent to put it in policy in the future, you'll be good for this year. We just want to address, your purchasing policy should address this, is what I'm trying to say. But if you approve it, that would allow us to use this more flexible way of purchasing in the coming year. And if not, we will continue, it'll be fine, we'll continue with what we're doing now at the 10,000.
So the recommendation is to approve the attached resolution authorizing increase in the micro purchase threshold for purchases of goods and services using federal funding. Is there a motion?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bollier. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Craybill. Any discussion or additional questions? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? It is approved. Let's micro purchase. All right. Next up, New Hanover County Schools application for career and technical education, state and federal funding, fiscal years 21-22. Dr. LaShawn Smith, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. We are asking for the board's approval of the application for career and technical education. This provides the guidance for the strategic development of our plan, and so your approval of this plan just allows us to access the funding for the 2021-2022 school year.
Okay, so you have heard the recommendation to approve the application. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Ms. Justice, thank you. Is there
I
a
didn't know it was
second?
that loud. I have no idea what's going on here.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Wildebohr, thank you. Any discussion?
Yes, I had a question, Madam Chair. So is this to be spread apart for us to use for the CTE programs at all of our traditional high schools and CTEC High School?
So this supports our comprehensive career and technical education program. So this would include all of our high schools and also all of our middle schools, and any expansion that we might do for elementary. I know in the past we've done an elementary event to get elementary students interested. So everything that we would offer under career and technical education, yes.
And so what are we, like, how much are we applying for? And I apologize for asking all these late questions. I was reading it this afternoon, and the wrong attachment was up, so I couldn't even develop any questions to ask you.
So this is our planning document, so I could get that information to you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I do not believe Ms. Shuford is still on.
No, that's cool. I can call you later. I just
Okay.
wanted to make sure it was usable for all of our CTE programs and not, just one or something.
No, it is comprehensive and it is across the district.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, right? We did that, sorry, it's getting late. We have a motion and a second, we've had discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed? Application is approved.
Thank you.
All right, next up is the Alternative Schools Modified Accountability System participation.
Yes, so this next agenda item is asking for the board's approval to submit to the State Board of Education our alternative modified school accountability participation plan. For Lake Forest and J.C. Rowe, we're looking at option B, which simply means that their accountability model will include student progress as well as looking at proficiency levels. And then for Career Readiness Academy, we would follow the traditional option, which would be option A.
Great. So you have heard the recommendation to approve option B, the Alternative Schools Progress Model for Lake Forest Academy and J.C. Rowe, and to utilize 3 years of performance data to calculate the school performance grades for each school. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Any other discussion?
I just had a brief question. This is just specifically for I can't read right now, alternative schools. Is there not a way we can do that with all our schools? We have like a modified accountability system. Is that not allowed?
It is not available. The reason that this is available for these three schools is because they have been classified for us as a district as alternative school models. The reason we're making the change with Career Readiness Academy is because we're reevaluating them.
Okay, I was just hoping we could have an alternative like grading system for all our schools. No, thank you.
Yes,
Great.
ma'am.
We have a first and a second, and we've had discussion. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It is accepted for, yes, approve Plan B.
All right, thank you.
Next up, oh, you're leaving? I lost my place here. Here we go. Plan for social emotional learning. So we have a presentation. Do you guys want to take a really quick, like 3 minutes,
That's a
just
good
break,
idea.
just stretch our legs?
Yes,
All right,
please.
we'll come right back. And I really mean it this time, everyone. Let's do 3 minutes. All right?
That was distracting.
in. All right, welcome back. And thank you. Thank you for indulging that quick break. We know it has been an extremely long evening. We welcome Miss Julie Varnum to the podium to do a presentation for us this evening on the Plan for Social Emotional Learning and Mental Health.
Thank you. Per Senate Bill 476 and subsequent school state board policy SHLT-003, local school districts are required to adopt and implement a plan for promoting student mental health and well-being and for assessing our ongoing efforts for the effectiveness of our supports for mental and social emotional health and substance use needs of our students. And this is required to be in effect by July 1st, so I'm required to provide the overview to you and present it to you for submission to the Department of Public Instruction. So some of the strong recommendations regarding needs assessment include, as you can see linked in blue, the shape quality assessment, needs assessments, resource mapping, and then the social emotional learning and crisis response practice guide. I want to let you know that our mental health leadership team and the Safer Schools Task Force have been involved in this work for quite some time, and so the needs assessments were pretty well underway by the time we moved into this plan. We had a pretty multidisciplinary team working on this, many within student support, but also support staff and supports from instruction, human resources, schools, across the board, and really supporting this effort from a multidisciplinary approach. So moving through the core social emotional learning and mental wellness supports, first of all, we focused on our strengths and needs with regard to prevention strengths, and looking at the core curriculum that have already been implemented along with other efforts such as multi-tiered systems of support, school-based mental health, many of these efforts that we've talked about over the last several months. Needs would be incorporating the social emotional learning into the curriculum and culture of our schools, and then really looking at our teaming systems to make sure that we are analyzing our impact with that implementation. Much of this would be surrounding some professional development, but then also some of the resources that we found as gaps that we have also included in future planning, such as substance misuse programming for our students. And then also on the last column to the right, we have hyperlinked the resources that we used so that those are able to be accessed and reviewed. And if there are any questions, certainly let me know. The next is really describing our PSU is kind of the new term, public school unit instead of local education agency. So instead of LEA, we're referring to ourselves as PSUs in North Carolina now. So we really talked about
Ms. Varnum, could you say that again? Because that is so different from what I've been used to for
different.
decades.
So DPI is referring to typical school districts or traditional school districts as public school units now, PSUs, and not LEAs, like local education agency. Okay. Yeah, so when you see that, just know it's just the thing that DPI is doing now. Okay. Because we just really like more acronyms. For our existing, that's my 11:16 humor, 11:16 p.m. humor. For our existing initiatives that are really prevention initiatives, we wanted to lay out the efforts that our staff are already incorporating into the daily world in our classroom. We've got our system-wide multi-tiered systems of support. We do have our Harmony curriculum, our second step curriculum, and then other student safety curricula that we've talked about over the last few months. And then also involving that is our family life curriculum and how that incorporates with our healthful living standards. In addition, moving through other resources that we have in place for our students that we've covered in recent MOUs, and then other discussions for what we have going on with student support, including school-based therapy, our Wilmington Health Access for Teens clinics, and then other resources such as our school wellness coaches, which is the School Health Advisory Council initiative, and then other reporting systems and supplemental resources within our buildings. So we'll move on. The next is really building and aligning our infrastructure. And this was something that we have had well underway, but use this as an opportunity to not only kind of assess internally, but look at new resources that have been brought about by the Department of Public Instruction. They've created a really healthy toolkit for us with new mental health information with regard to suicide prevention protocols. And so our team has been working more on, excuse me, looking through that training and determining where we might have gaps in our current process, because we use tools and protocols that are like the Berkeley and the Columbia that are already in place, but this might give us a more comprehensive approach and then a team training approach. So our safety director, Mr. Locklear, who's here manning the station, he's been essential in working through that analysis. The other pieces we've worked on are really improving our student support staff ratios, and you all have been very supportive in that effort. We do have our ratios linked over here to the right, and we know that those are only improving with the increase of our school social workers and school counselors, in addition to school nurses, as a part of our ongoing efforts. And then, of course, utilizing our stakeholder feedback, knowing that that feedback from our families, our students, whether it's as a part of particular curricula and or anecdotal, or whether it's a part of formal team structures, such as the family intervention teams within our schools, utilizing that to really leverage partnerships and resources to make sure that we're getting the most impact for our student outcomes. So next, really, excuse me, aligning with our academic objectives. This plan would be remiss if we didn't tie it into student academic outcomes. We know that that's our work, that's our focus. And the only reason we're addressing these other issues and these other areas that are at risk for our students is because they are barriers to learning. So each school will tie this back into their school improvement plan, which we know is tied to the NC STAR indicators, and focus on for 3 consecutive years. And then, so we've got not only professional development for our teams on that, for our school teams on that, but also aligning our social emotional learning to the academic outcomes. And then that happens through, of course, instruction. So therefore, you can see that we've got the aligned lesson planning that pulls that together. Schools will have individual plans for those indicators because they're using their own student data. This is not going to be a district-wide cookie cutter plan for school A to school Z, simply because that's not going to be functional and it's not going to provide us the greatest impact for our student outcomes. And so the next would be our prevention curricula. We have had many of these pieces as a part of our ongoing efforts, but we're really focusing more now the return to our daily instruction after having kind of that hybrid model this school year, really looking at making sure that we are getting the most bang for our buck with regard to our instruction. Many times, whether it's the fidelity of the implementation or really that analysis of how students are responding to the instruction, something in there might be missing. And we might have one part of the intervention really strong and another part not really reaching our students or all of our students in the way that we intend. So having that as a part of our revision and kind of problem solving model. So we know that we're focusing on all of those in more of an analysis view gives a little bit of a different lens. We're not just putting things on a checklist and saying these are good things to do and let's check them off. We're measuring the impact, and the impact is going to continue to be seen through our individual student data and then collective student data. So that's how we lead to the data evaluation piece. And of course, we are utilizing school-based and district-based evaluation tools for those. And some of those are linked here, and then you'll end up seeing more of those through our implementation of Policy 4302, which is that school plan for the management of student behavior, which is really that individual school plan for behavior needs that goes into the school improvement plan, which will come back to you. So we can move through that system, roll through the system of early intervention. Many of the pieces I've already mentioned fall into this, such as identifying our students who are at risk of developing social emotional learning needs or mental health needs at school, and then using our resource mapping tools to make sure that we're providing them the lowest level or least restrictive intervention options first. And I won't go into a quote for that. It came to my lips, and I won't do that because it's too late and I'll mess it up. Or maybe I will. So an intervention, just like special education, once a special educator, always a special educator. An intervention is much like any other potion. It can be a toxin or a cure, and it's all about dosage. So we have to make sure that we are providing the least restrictive options, so that we are providing our students the most inclusive instructional opportunities. Then moving through our individual school teams and our FIT teams being able to provide that prescriptive model based on the resources in their own schools, the resource mapping. Not that resources are discrepant from school to school, but they might not all be the exact same. They have the same rubric for staff allocation, so they're going to have the same access to the resources that they need, but they might need one type of position over another, just depending upon the student data. So being completely responsive and flexible to that. The next is the treatment referral piece, where we're really looking at making sure that we are providing, again, that least restrictive option, but that doesn't just mean with regard to intervention. It might mean with regard to school placement and support for students, whether they are transitioned into an alternative program, such as Lake Forest with a day treatment model. How do we provide that transition back? How are we supporting our students that have been receiving a higher level of care, maybe outside of a typical public school setting, but they really need the resources that we can support them with in the district, and that might happen through an alternative program prior to transitioning back. So of course those are much involved in school reentry. Again, on the right side, we have our continuum of mental health services, our mapping for school-based mental health therapy, and then also our transition plan. And of course, we will be updating this improvement plan at each of our improvement plan team meetings, and we will be analyzing it quarterly with our evaluation data. I will let you know that my team and I run monthly district data evaluations that I share with the rest of senior staff to really kind of keep a progress monitoring finger on where our trends are headed, so we'll know when we need to kind of take a step back in quarters. It's a lot of information.
Yes, it was. Good job.
And even, at this hour, I love talking about it. So do you have any questions?
Good job, though. Thank you very much. And this is a very important program.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I do have a question, and I'm sorry it's late, but is this, any part of this plan going to be included in our strategic plan so that we can all follow along with you?
That would be my hopes. That's certainly part of my voice. When interviewed, I certainly am going to provide, or I did provide, our goals, and it's included in my goals to Dr. Faust as a part of my work in the division that I'm leading. So that would certainly be my preference.
Question, you've already identified the schools?
So this plan is actually for all schools. So we have other support systems, whether it's a professional development plan, like I presented last, that is for identified schools, yes.
Okay.
But this one is for all 45 schools.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Farnham. Appreciate the presentation and appreciate all the work that went into creating this, and it is going to be sorely needed as we come out of COVID with our students next year. So this is going to be very important. So thank you.
Thank you. I am going to need an approval.
Oh, sorry. I forgot. There is a recommendation. The recommendation is to approve to submit it to the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. Is there a motion?
moved.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Is there a second? Ms. Walker, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? It is approved, 7-0.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right, next up, polling places usage agreement, Mr. Eddie Anderson.
Good evening. We're asking the board's approval of the polling places usage agreement with the Board of Elections. Contract term for this agreement is from approval through the end of the calendar year, December 31st, next calendar year, 2022. It includes 19 sites.
Great.
We're asked for your approval tonight.
All right, you have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
Motion. I'll make a motion.
Motion to approve from Ms. Walker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Crable. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Polling places are approved. You are staying here to share the North Carolina Interconnection Agreement for State Jurisdictional Generator Interconnections. That is a mouthful.
I know, this is actually a really exciting item. Tonight, we're asking for your approval of the interconnection agreement with Duke Energy Progress LLC. I will say the agreement has been reviewed and approved by the school board's attorney as well as the North Carolina Utility Commission. That was not an easy process, but everyone has now approved the agreement. This will allow final connections of the solar array at Murray Middle School to the electrical grid, which is expected to produce a little over 152,000 kilowatts per year, which will result in a little over a 7.5% savings to Murray Middle School in our energy bill. And I would like to point out that the entire project would not be possible if not for a grant through NC Green Power. The State Employees Credit Union Foundation actually matched the fundraising effort of Murray Middle School, and we're also participating in the Duke Energy Rebate Program. So those are three things that, like I said, project wouldn't be possible without those. So we ask for your approval of the interconnection agreement.
All right, you have heard the recommendation. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Any discussion?
It
This
sounds
is
great,
awesome.
by the way.
How's that a discussion?
Sounds really
I'm
good.
impressed.
Go Greens.
Go green.
This is fantastic. And any money that we save, we can put it into other ways to support our students in schools, right?
More solar projects.
Right there, okay, more solar panels, got it. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Agreement is approved. Thank you. Next item on the agenda are policies for first reading, and I believe Ms. Craybill is also going to be handling this item as well.
Okay, so we have several policies to look through for first reading tonight. 3620, extracurricular activities in student organizations, and then halfway through our 5,000 series, schools in the community, parent organizations, school volunteers, visitors to the schools, registered sex offenders, emergency epinephrine. Yeah, please say that word. Auto-injector devices, prohibition of drugs and alcohol, smoking and tobacco products, weapons and explosives prohibited, automated external defibrillators, and community use of facilities. Nelson, again, had asked everyone if they have any policies that they wanted to pull out for further discussion, to let me or him know. I didn't hear of any. Did you hear of any, Mr. Boyer?
I did not, Ms. Crable.
Okay, so, are there any that we would like to pull out for for separate discussion? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and accept them all for first reading.
I believe these are for information only. I don't think we have to actually.
Oh, okay.
We don't have to vote on them.
Oh, we don't have to do anything.
It's-
Okay,
no, this
so,
is just, this is for review.
these are the policies for first reading, and, so we will, look at those for second reading at our July meeting. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like to pull policy 3620 for further discussion.
Okay, go ahead. You mean
Yeah,
for further
we-
discussion
we-
at the next meeting or further discussion at this moment?
At this moment, I know it's late, we had discussed that previously. I'd like to look at the language and ask for I would like to make a motion to waive first reading on that policy. We had a first reading, we added a little bit of language, just to make sure that students would be able to understand that they cannot automatically play high school sports just because of this middle school policy. Most of the discussion, or a large percentage of the discussion at CTE this evening, was on this issue. And I think it's important to give our school system guidance, to give our administrators guidance, to give the community a firm answer on where this system stands. And I understand there's a lot of passion on both sides of this issue. We were elected to make the tough decisions. This is one of them, and I think we are prepared to make it tonight. So I would ask to waive first reading for this policy and adopt it.
So there is a motion to waive first reading for policy 3620. Yes, Ms. Stagner, would you like to weigh in here?
No, I was just going to say that there would be the motion first to waive first reading and then a motion to approve it.
Got it. Okay, thank you. So is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Walker, a motion to waive first reading of 3620. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
fellow board members,
Mr.
Dr. Faust, members of New Hanover County School System, parents, and other stakeholders of our school system. Before us, we have a very delicate and important topic. Just to recap on how we got here, our Title IX director felt like he needed to be able to answer people when they ask about transgender students in middle school athletics. Please note that the topic was not brought forth by a board member, nor by the school system, nor by the state Board of Education group that we're working with, but by the Title IX director. I feel that we need to discuss it from a simple common sense approach. The Title IX director, in his brief research, clearly stated that no other school district that he had contacted was doing anything like this. He discounted the other school districts, saying that they did not understand or do a good job in researching the question. Our state has a very clear policy for students that are in 9th through 12th grade. The policy allows students to go through a protocol to keep all the sports arena as fair as possible for all athletes. According to our Title IX director, though he feels the other counties are not up as he is on current events, other counties are following a similar process for middle school athletics as they are in the high schools. Please understand, this is a nationwide issue. Several states have already chimed in, including Idaho, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, South Dakota, and Florida, banning transgender athletes from participating in school sports. The ACLU has stated that 25 to 30 states have introduced similar bills. Please understand that I do pray for all our students, and I do want them all to succeed. I do ask and beseech my colleagues on the board to think and pray about this very important decision. Some important things that you do need to remember. One, putting a procedure in place would not bar transgender athletes from participation in athletics. Two, it would prepare the students for the protocol at the high school level that we have no option to change. It's there, so we don't need to change. We can't change it. Three, it would help our coaches and our teachers from being put in no-win situations, whether to keep or cut a transgender athlete as well as questions about playtime or lack thereof. 4, even the military has a protocol to allow transgender soldiers and sailors into the military. There's a protocol. 5, as one of my learned colleagues on the board has pointed out recently to me, there's a good chance that our current president will make an executive order that specifically addresses this, and it may end up in the Supreme Court. It makes sense to wait, even if our Title IX director wants an answer now. We need to do what's best for our students and our faculties of New Hanover County Schools, not necessarily what one director thinks is best. So I'm against waiving a policy, changing policies.
Thank you, Mr. Wildebohr. And Mr. McManus, you had a comment also?
I'd like to add, when we first discussed this, being a high school principal and going through this before we ever had the transgender issue, we have the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, and where's Al? He can correct me if I'm wrong, but they require a process. I think we're kind of throwing the middle school kids under the bus if we don't at least add a process to the middle school, because I think it gives everyone a defining moment and an understanding. And I think it involves when you ram something down somebody's throat, it's never going to work. And if we're going to do it, we need to do it with planning and discussion. So I think that it needs to be discussed again. I truly do, and I think we need to look at a process.
Okay. Any other comments?
Yes.
Remember that the motion here is to
Waive, exactly. That's what I wanted to speak on. So I will withhold my discussion on the policy itself, but I am against waiving policy, waiving this reading right now, because we've already experienced 2 times tonight where we have not followed the policy that we have written. I don't know about you, but I have heard over and over that our board, previous boards have been very derelict and inconsistent with following our own policies, and we got to start somewhere. And just 2 cases tonight where we have broken our own policy, and here we are at 11:40, and we're still doing it. So I am against waiving policy, waiving the reading of the first policy based on just principle alone and the fact that this is not critical. And I am not opposed to waiving a policy from time to time, but this is not mission critical. There is no student that's going to be harmed if we don't do something tonight. Students right now are all eligible to play. You know, they can apply. We don't have any teams right now, but they're all eligible. And so I don't know why we cannot follow our own policy on this very easy one and then discuss it when it's due. That's my thoughts.
Can I discuss? Yes. Okay. Are you referring to the policy about the call to the audience?
I am referring to that one because it says clearly right here, a maximum amount of time for public comment will be 1 hour. Speakers remaining at the end of the hour may be recognized at the end of the board's agenda, and we clearly skipped that. I don't want people not to be heard, but you know what? We've got to start somewhere following. And there's a policy that you had brought up that you're going to bring up again later, the ad hoc committee, where we talked about it, and you're going to ask to waive that one too, probably, and we've already talked about it. So I'm just setting the stage.
We're talking about this right now.
I know, but it's the same, that's about waiving, skipping policy and not following our own rules.
I think that at this point, there has been so much public discussion. It has already been sent back to policy once before. There is a reason we can waive policy. There was a reason we were elected. Just to make a vote is fine. If you feel that way, that is your perspective. But I think this is important to the public, and I do think it matters to the kids. I do think it matters to their parents. And I do think that we need to consider an awful lot of things like changing times. It's 2021. We know so much more than we ever did before. If you start getting into science, we could go on and on. But at least give these kids an opportunity to be themselves, their authentic selves, especially at middle school. High school's a different matter possibly, but right now, middle school is kids playing games. There's not, as somebody mentioned earlier, there's no scholarships in this.
All right, any other comments?
Yeah, and
on
to
waiving?
add to that about the waiving part is that Nelson asked specifically for those of us that had issues, that wanted things to be pulled, to let us know ahead of time. No one did, except everybody out there is waiting for a vote that was never supposed to happen. So I'm just a little perturbed with my fellow board members who were telling people that we were going to be voting on something tonight and giving false information and false hope that, and telling people, I'll take care of it, I will make sure that we don't vote on it. And I'm kind of a little bit, kind of fed up and frustrated that we can't follow our own rules.
I agree.
So that's what I'm talking about with waiving. So to that motion, that's the thoughts on that.
Okay, sorry, I'm thinking myself. Any other comments regarding the waiving of the policy?
If I could just add back, if we all remember back to December, when we were making probably the biggest decisions of the night at 11:45, we're doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be
You got a
much
point
smarter
there.
to wait and think about it, and for those who pray about it.
We have the power to do this.
Yes, we
Let's just
do.
go and do it. We've got a motion and a second. I just think we should just do what we were elected to do, which is vote on these matters.
All right, we will call the question then. I think that this was going to be split, so let's go down the line. Mr. Wildebohr,
Just, we're voting to waive.
this is to
Okay.
waive the
Okay,
policy,
thank you.
yes. to
Waive the first reading.
Waive first reading for 3620.
No.
So, okay, Mr. Wildebohr is a no. Ms. Walker?
Yes.
I am going to be a yes.
No.
Mr. McManus? No.
Ye- Yes?
Yes, and then Mr. Bollier?
I'm a yes.
All right, so motion passes 4-3. So now I'm assuming there needs to be a follow-up motion in regards to approving it. Is that correct? That's what you said,
Yes.
Ms. Dagner? Yes.
Yes.
So is there a motion to approve policy 3620 as written?
I make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Any discussion? Additional discussion? No? All right, we'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye to approve 3620 as is. Aye.
Ask for a straw poll, please. Person
Oh,
by
sure,
person.
you want to go? Yes,
Yes, please.
Mr. Wildebohr.
No.
Yes.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Ms. Crable? Mr. McManus?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Bollier?
I'm a yes, and I'd just like to briefly add, I will be leaving the meeting after this vote.
All right, thank you. Policy 3620 passes for second reading in a vote of 5-2. Thank you. All right. The rest, did we do the policies for the rest of them? No, those are for information. Okay, moving on. Head Start, we have, I believe Shannon Smiles, are you still on there?
Oh, wow.
Oh, my
Good for her.
goodness.
Indeed, I am.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Miss Smiles,
Well,
thank
in
you for.
preschool, we go to bed at 8, people.
You're hanging tough tonight. All
I'm
right.
hanging tough.
all right.
Madam Chair, we are asking the board's approval for me to write for carryover funds for $64,400 to continue to support our health and safety aid position at Johnson Pre-K Center. That is written in our quality improvement plan for next school year. And we would like to keep these funds instead of losing them.
Thank you very much. And Dr. Smith, are you up here to share anything else?
Well, just in case Shannon was
All
not
right.
there, I was prepared, yes.
All right, you have heard the recommendation for approval of a one-time supplemental funding carryover request to fund a health and safety aid position to continue to carry out QIP expectations and to be prepared for focus to Head Start Federal Review and U.S. Department of Health and Human Services compendium of required certifications and assurance forms. Do I hear a motion?
I so moved.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Thank you, Ms. Smiles. You may now go to bed.
Night-night.
Thank you. All right, we've moved information previously, so the next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Dr. Faust.
On behalf of the New Hanover County Schools, I'd like to recognize June as Pride Month and celebrate all of our employees and students. New Hanover County School embraces equity, diversity, inclusion throughout the year. The district is making great progress, ensuring that all means all. I'd like to extend a thank you to the New Hanover County Board of Commissioners for their continued support. The district greatly appreciates the increases to the teacher stipend and also funding the after-school late bus, Cape Fear, community college, transportation services for students, and their commitment to early childhood programs. As we wrap up the last days of the 2020-2021 school year in our year-round and restart, New Hanover County Schools is preparing a launch. New Hanover County is preparing to launch. Sorry, it's getting late. It's summer program, Summer Ignite. We're hosting summer learning opportunities in many of our schools. In addition, New Hanover County Schools Child Nutrition will offer summer food service programs at selected school and community sites throughout the county. For the 21-22 school year, I'm pleased to share that the New Hanover County Schools will operate under normal conditions, offering in-person learning for all grade levels. Remote learning will not be provided. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you very much. Next item is board chairperson's report. The only item I had tonight was just to echo Dr. Faust's statements to thank our county commissioners. You know, with the budget that was passed last night, it is going to be a very impactful piece for this district moving forward. So we just thank them for the collaboration and the partnership and look forward to continued good work together in the future. All right. Next up, committee reports. We have 4 committees that are going to report
We weren't
out.
gonna do that.
I'm sorry?
Didn't we cut those?
We were, did we?
We did.
No, we voted not to.
not to cut
It
anything.
didn't pass,
Sorry.
yeah. Okay, so the first up is Legion Stadium Committee update. Mr. Wildebohr.
Well, let me grab it real quick because I put it away. All right, Legion Stadium, there is a big move. We've had one meeting, and there was a big move to, there it is. They're gonna add, the Sharks are gonna add a whole new area. The school system will benefit from that, but we will not be asked to participate in the funding of that. They've asked at this point for the county commissioners, the city, and the Sharks to share that. So hopefully that will be, that will go on. That would be great. And that will be renovations to Buck Hardy Field, so that will affect our baseball team that plays out there from New Hanover. And the other thing for the Legion Stadium Committee is that our contract runs out in a year. So in 1 year from now, we need to look at that. Going on to Parks and Rec, we've had monthly meetings, a lot of discussion about getting folks out and moving, especially in the area of pickleball. So a lot of pickleball, there are some new parks being named and additions. So just a lot of opportunities. And there was one mention of schools, and that was Eaton. Because of all the bike trails that are out by Eaton, there is a need for more bike racks. So they were going to try to find a grant, or possibly talk to Dr. Faust about getting us some more. But that's our brief report for those two.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wildebohr. All right, next up, we have an ACES update with Ms. Justice.
Hey, and this has been a really rough year for the Parents Advisory Board for Exceptional Children because of COVID. It's like everything else. The last couple meetings, in fact, we haven't had a quorum as far as being able to actually conduct any business. There's been a couple times when we didn't have a quorum, but we still conducted some business, but we can't get anything officially done. So what we're planning for next year, and this is in conjunction with our new EC director, wonderful, by the way, we're going to, and this is based on feedback from the different members of ACES and the community. The following actions are going to be taking place in preparation for the 2021 school year. They're going to update the council's, the advisory council's website and till a new parent ambassador will be appointed. In this update, any necessary information will be revised. See, we've had some people drop out too. Will be revised in a Google form, and will be included asking parents to become a member. And this is the important part, becoming a member of the council and to nominate new members. Then they're also going to collaborate with the Communication and Outreach Division to assist the council in reaching parents, once again, of students with disabilities in all areas of the county, because one of the things that the council does is disseminate an awful lot of very complex information to parents about the process, and it's very important that we get as many involved as possible. We have a variety of people in this district accessing these services, and we need a variety of people on the council, so the more the better. And they're also going to be drafting a 2021 Advisory Council working document. It's going to be a new one, so as many people can get involved in doing that so that we can reach community members, so we can help those families and these kids have a very positive future, because it's a great group of people, and they're a very important part of our population. So that's pretty much what's going on with ACEs. The next one, want me to keep on moving?
Sure, if you could ad hoc.
Okay, the ad hoc committee, I'm confused. I'll be honest. I was told back when we did have this meeting and we all voted, because we put this committee together, because this is thank you, by the way, Mr. Wildebohr, pointing out that this is very late in the evening and we should not have to be making decisions this late,
We all voted for it.
Yeah. That was, I'm talking about if we had a different meeting format, we wouldn't be in this position. So we had all voted for changing it. We sent it, now the idea was to send it over to policy. And Mr. Boyer actually said that we would be, he would go to policy, and then we would discuss it during the last interim meeting in May, which didn't happen. And now, earlier today, in fact, I couldn't find where they have discussed it in today's meeting earlier today, about going ahead and approving the format that we all approved so we could go ahead and implement it. Now, Ms. Craybill had said that they had discussed it, but there was no minutes up when I looked at.
I am pulling it up right now to
Okay.
show you.
I'm just saying that earlier there was no minutes. I think it was yesterday was the last time I looked at it. Was it Sunday yesterday?
They were up.
They weren't, I didn't see them on Sunday. So at this point, I'm not sure what's going on with that, because we definitely want to go forward with it, but until policy brings something to us to be able to know how to do that, we can't go anywhere.
Because, I'm sorry, can I jump in?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we, what the minutes say is that we recently organized the ad hoc committee, which was chaired by Judy Justice. Under the recommendation of the ad hoc committee, it was proposed to move the committee reports to the work session portion. Ms. Craybill shares that she does not believe a lot of people attend the work session meetings and want to listen to the important work being done and reported through committee, and listen to committee reports. She suggests that the committee reports remain under the regular session. Mr. Breuer states he is in agreement with Ms. Craybill. Ms. Craybill also states that she would like a time limit set of 4 hours for monthly meetings. The committee discussed the call to the audience portion of the monthly meeting. No action was recommended, that nothing changes.
Okay, well, this is the first I've heard of it, and it wasn't it was not up until, you said, I didn't see it on Sunday. And that's the meeting from last.
This was the meeting.
That was, can I continue what I'm saying? That was the meeting, Mr. Boyer told the whole group, well, the public, in the first May meeting, I believe it was on the 8th, that we would have a report by the end of the month, and you would discuss it in your policy meeting in May that took place after our initial regular meeting. So did you discuss it then, or is that the one you're reading?
We discussed it on the 11th, and then
Okay.
at the meeting, the interim meeting, we came back and said that we voted to make no changes.
Well, that means that nobody
That was-
reported
Mr.
out
Wildebohr
on
was
that to
there,
me.
I was there, Nelson was there.
Well, nobody, I have not heard a thing about it, and I did not, those minutes were not up on Sunday. So, I'm glad that that's there, and we need to go ahead and move on this. It's pretty late tonight, but could we go ahead and do this, and we'll put this on the next agenda so we can go ahead, because I don't see how the ad hoc committee is going to change. If that's a meeting, we'll just agree on what we had already agreed on. So the discussion does need to be about what the policy committee suggested and what we as a board want to decide. But once again, how late is it anyway? It's almost midnight, and this is the reason we were having this committee. So I would suggest we put this on the next agenda.
Can you add that for July, since there is interest for the ad hoc committee? Okay. All right, thank you. Next up is correspondence. Does anyone have any correspondence they would like to share? Great. Call to the audience, non-agenda items, and I apologize what a long night this has been. Thank you if you are still here. We have a few people signed up for non-agenda items. First one is Matt Coyle. See here. Do we have anyone outside anymore? That would it be, no? Okay. Second is Miss Deborah Maxwell.
She's not here.
Next one is Jared Nava. M. Rachel Birkenhauer. Right. Aaron Cogan. Joshua Braden Barber.
Wow.
Okay. And then, I don't know, I think this is C. Anderson. I can read Anderson. No? Heather Higgins. Tracy Bannon.
Hi, my name is Tracy Bannon, and I live here in New Hanover County. I'm here to speak about a big, ugly pig, and that pig's name is CRT. Doesn't matter how much you dress it up with a pink frilly hat or put on pink lipstick, it's still a pig. It's still a pig. It's still a stinky, ugly pig. Don't matter what kind of name you give it. I have 6 grandchildren. 4 of them are Caucasian. 2 of them are black. Excuse me, they are mixed. You want to teach my grandchildren, you want to teach 4 of them that they should be shamed because they are white. You want to teach 2 of them that they should be shamed because they are black, because they are less than. No, my grandchildren are equal. They are all capable of learning and doing the same thing and being the same people. Do not teach my grandchildren that they can't do something when I know they can. It doesn't matter what their race is. Period. Do not do this to my grandchildren. Do not do it to another child. Mr. McManus, I know you know better. My children went to your school. I know you to be a fair man. Some of your behavior tonight has been atrocious. Period. I don't see how you can call yourself adults, some of you. You're ridiculous. Mr. W., I can't pronounce your last name. Thank you very much. And I'll close with this. We know where the snakes lie. Thank you.
Nikki Mintz.
Hey y'all, thanks for being here so late. I don't even know what I was gonna say. My name is Nikki Mintz. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a community organizer here who got some of y'all in y'all seats, and it's good to see y'all, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. And I just want you to know, as a queer person, it meant a lot to get some of y'all here, so I hope that you see that that you lean into some of that labor of love that we put into making sure that you're able to be in this role. So I just want to thank you for that. I also want to thank folks for prayers, but what we really need is protective policies for our kids. I'm a queer person from Wilmington, born and raised. I'm a Hanover High School graduate, class of '99. I was a school softball player here, and I can't imagine what my life would be like or who I would be today had I not had a chance to be a part of a team, to be celebrated, to walk with dignity, to know my worth. You know, I was very lovable, I was well loved, I was a peer mediator. I had that luxury of being gay and being out, probably the only out person I remember in my school. And I wouldn't want to know that our kids today don't have that experience, and not have the opportunity to know what it's like to be dedicated to something, to have people working with you to accomplish a goal. I also want to center that to liberate our trans kids liberates all of us. We all benefit when our kids can be who they are, love who they are, be loved and accepted for being who they are and where they are. And it does harm our kids when we send messages that they're not worth it, that we shouldn't celebrate them. Happy Pride Month. In that spirit of pride, I just want us to remember that these are our kids, these are our babies. We got to do better by them. It's healing generational trauma. It heals all of us from having to grow a life of being out, struggling of being out. We all deserve better, and our future deserves better. When I see trans kids, I see our future. I see gender being liberated. I see self-love liberated, and we all deserve it. Thank you.
All right, and that concludes our call to the audience for non-agenda items. Next item, announcements. The Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee will meet on Monday, June 14th at 5 p.m. in the BOE Center. To ensure adequate social distancing, audience attendance will be strictly limited to no more than 50 people. If students are scheduled to participate in a board meeting, mask and social distancing requirements will be upheld per the North Carolina Strong Schools Toolkit. The general public will have the option to view remotely on NHCS TV on YouTube. The Title IX Committee will meet on June 21st at 3 p.m. in the BOE Center. The general public will have the option to view remotely on NHCS TV, YouTube. The Board of Education Curriculum Committee will meet on Monday, June 28th at 5 p.m. at the Board of Education Center. To ensure adequate social distancing, audience attendance will be strictly limited to no more than 50 people. If students are scheduled to participate in a board meeting, mask and social distancing requirements will be upheld per the North Carolina Strong Schools Toolkit. The general public will have the option to view remotely on NHCS TV YouTube. That brings us to our final item for the evening, adjournment. Do I hear a motion? Thank you, Mr. McManus. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Any discussion? No. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for being here.